Good morning. Kath greeted her classmates loudly that everyone turned their heads to her. They all smiled when they saw her and greeted her as well as she walked up to her seat. She noticed one person who did not even care to lift her head. Her best friend Ashley. She smiled and walked towards her, just as she was about to give her a hug from the back and a kiss. Ashley stood up from her seat and walked away from her. She laughed. While she followed her, Ashley normally got annoyed with her being clingy and could never get used to it. While she, on the other hand, was used to her best friend's cold attitude and always found it cute. Stay away from me. Ashley growled, shrugging her off from her. She was shocked. Her classmates didn't react and just lowered their heads, which she found strange. They were usually going to laugh and found the scene cute and romantic, but their reactions were different and were telling her something was wrong. Do we have a problem? She asked hesitantly in a soft voice, trying her best not to provoke her best friend's already hot temper. Ashley turned to her only to give her a hard slap on the face. She was unable to react again and was totally lost. She looked at her best friend confusedly, her eyes asking what she did wrong, and Ashley did not let her wait that long before she reproached her. How dare you, she said in a deep tone. You always mock my hobby of reading gangster pocketbooks and all. Then I will discover that it is you who has been actually hanging out with the likes of them. How shameful of you. You involved yourself in a bloody gang fight that killed an innocent student. Ashley, I can explain. I have nothing to do. Why are you at the crime scene? Why are you with those criminals? Jian, what a lucky day. Max was snapped back to present when she noticed a group of male students approaching her. She was standing outside the gate of Casa de Oro University and was actually hesitant to go in. Are you new here, miss? One of them asked. She did not answer. She just glanced at them before finally going in. Hey, wait, the guy said as he promptly restrained her in the arm. I don't think you know who we are. She paused her step and glared at him. Get your filthy hand off of mine, she said, before giving him a powerful kick in between his legs. The guy groaned in pain as he was rolling on the ground. His colleagues got furious and were about to rush at her. What is going on here? They all turned to the man who was approaching. It was her Uncle Rico, the current chairman of the Department of Student Affairs and whom she was temporarily staying with him. The guys recognized him and hurriedly fled from the scene. Kath. Rico's shocked reaction was tainted with disdain as he stared at her from head to toe. It is Max, she said firmly, trying to emphasize that she is not using that name anymore. Did you just... It is not what you think, she quickly defended before he could finish his question. It is not a secret to him that she beat anyone who messed with her, but she is not a bully. Follow me to my office. We need to talk, he said authoritatively, before he walked ahead of her. She hesitantly followed him to the second floor of the administration building. He locked the door behind her and offered her a seat before sitting on his desk. Let me just remind you, Katharina Maxine Megers, that starting today you will be studying here in this school. I am responsible for you while you are here at Casa de Oro, so everything you do will affect my name, my reputation. You understand? She did not answer. He continued. Your parents entrusted you to me after you left them in America. So you do as I say if you do not want me to send you back there, he threatened her. She remained silent, although a lot of things had been swirling in her mind for a while now. She was thinking if she would argue with him, she would not be able to leave that room sooner. Look at you. What happened to you? I can no longer see my adorable niece, Kath. Your adorable niece has been long dead, uncle, she said bitterly, trying her best not to crack her voice, as she felt a lump in her throat and burning pain in her chest as she said that. The moment she discovered how she was betrayed by the people she cherished, whom she thought would have never done that to her. She instantly buried her old self. She took a deep breath to calm herself, as waves of various emotions were drowning her heart due to that painful memory. She pulled herself together before she spoke again to her uncle, this time in a cold tone. "Why don't we just pretend we don't know each other? After all, no one knows who I am. That way, you won't worry about my staining your reputation," she suggested. "You know, it is not just about that, Kath." "No, Uncle, I get it." She stood up and headed for the door. "Kath, we're not done yet. It is Max," she corrected him again. "And I am done," she declared before closing the door behind her. As she was about to leave that place, a young man stood shocked in front of her and was blocking her way. She scowled at him. "What?" He blinked and snapped back to his senses. "Oh, nothing. Sorry," he said before, stepping aside so she could pass. "TSK." She shook her head before leaving him alone. She was nearing the stairs when she made a stop upon recalling the young man's face. She couldn't be wrong. She turned around to take another look at him, but he was already walking away. She surreptitiously followed him. She was surprised to see that they were classmates. "They are here, our 2 transferees," the teacher excitedly announced to the class when she saw them by the door. The young man looked over his shoulder and was shocked to see her. She darted him a sharp look to hide her agitation. She was now 100% sure it was him. "Let's hear them introduce themselves to us." The teacher gestured for them to come in. The guy immediately looked away in fear and went in first. He stood in front of the class to introduce himself. "Hi, my name is Hercules Ronald Gaston," he said. "Just call me Hero. Nice to meet you all. You are Aunt Belen's nephew, aren't you?" "The eatery in the next block, right?" asked a man in the back. "Yes, I am," Hero replied. "I am Darwin. You can sit here." He offered the empty seat on his right in the next column near the window. "All right, Hero. You can sit down," said their teacher. Before he could reach the chair, one guy blocked his foot, which made Hero stumbled face down on the floor. The whole class laughed except Max. She remained silent and emotionless. "Hero, are you okay?" the teacher asked. Hero quickly stood up. "Yes, sir. I am sorry. I just misstepped," he replied before sitting in his seat. Max just remained silent and waited for Hero to snap. Disappointingly, he just sat there quietly, as if nothing happened. She sensed something wrong. It was not like him to forgive such humiliation. "And you, miss?" The teacher turned to her. "Come, please introduce yourself." She stepped forward and stood in front of the class. "My name is Max," she said simply. Her classmates waited for her to continue, but she never spoke again. "Okay, let's all get along with Hero and Max," the teacher said before facing her. "There is a vacant seat next to Hero." He then ordered the class to settle down before he turned around and finished what he is writing on the board. As Max walked towards her seat, she was aware of another foot blocking her way. She kicked it hard without even looking down, pretending nothing happened and simply sat down in her chair. She shot him a deadly look, warning him not to mess with her. The guy was silenced and behaved himself. "I heard she got sick so she had to stop studying." She heard a classmate in front of her whisper to her seatmate. "I hope her illness is not contagious," replied the other one. She knew they were talking about her, and did not like it. To stop their gossip, she simply kicked the butt of the chair in front of her. It created a loud thud that scared the crap out of them and disturbed the whole class. "Lisa, what is happening there?" the teacher asked when he noticed it came from there. "I am sorry, sir." "Nothing," Lisa replied before turning to her angrily. She brought her mouth closer between their ears and whispered, "Do you want to know what my illness is? I do cut tongues of people gossiping about me." The two suddenly stiffened in fear. They fell silent and did not dare open their mouths until the class was over. Are you lost, baby girl? This is not the way to Princeton. A malicious smile registered on the man's face upon seeing Kath walking alone in that secluded part of the street. Her class ended earlier than usual, so she decided to spend her time in her favorite coffee shop while waiting for Cedric. But she got bored, so she left and decided to take a walk. What do you need? She asked coldly, sensing danger from the dark auras of the three men surrounding her. What we need. Will you join us? I am busy. She abruptly refused and tried to walk past him, but one of his companions promptly grabbed her arm and stopped her. Don't be rude. My friend is still talking to you, he said, in a soft, threatening voice. Let go of me, she said sternly as she forcefully tried to withdraw her hand. Instead of letting her go, the man's grasp just got even tighter. Hey, a baritone voice shouted from nowhere. She thought it was Cedric's to her surprise. It was a red-haired guy from another school, which uniform she was not familiar with. Hey, hero, don't interfere in this, said the man who talked to her first. You are in my territory. The guy named Hero said firmly, declaring his authority over his claimed territory. The three men laughed. Territory. It is already outside the Morson's gate. You've got no authority here, said the man holding her. Without warning, Hero rushed at him and kicked him in the face. The guy fell to the ground, loosening his grip on her. She instantly freed herself and ran towards her savior. The other two gestured to attack Hero, but he didn't give them the chance to do so. He swiftly gave the first guy a headbutt and kicked the third man in the abdomen. The three villains immediately left before getting beaten into a pulp. She just stood there, dumbfounded and amazed. Are you all right, miss? Hero asked her, snapping her back to her senses. Why, yes, thank you, she answered nervously. Next time, do not roam around all by yourself. You do not know this place, he told her before, turning around and leaving her. Buzz. Max's phone vibration brought back to the present while she was roaming around the campus during lunch break. What? She asked her cousin coldly. He was in America with her parents. What is with the sour face? He asked, laughing at her, as if he could see her reaction from the other line. Just getting annoyed with my classmates. That is all. Why? Nothing. I am just checking up on you. How is your new school? It is public, and I am fine, thanks. It is the biggest university in Casa de Oro and one of the most prestigious schools in the country. Anything else aside from it is public? She rolled her eyes. Duh. As if that mattered to her. Then she changed the topic. Is Daddy still mad at me? Well, of course. Whose parents would be happy with what you did? You left us here without a word, he scolded her. She felt a pang of guilt, but she never regretted her decision. Miss Midgers, have a seat, the principal said when she entered the principal's office. Mom, Dad, what are you doing here? She asked, as she settled in one of the chairs in that long table across them. Though she did not expect to see them, she already had an idea what they were there for. Is it about the gang fight incident? Kath. The principal spoke. Your parents and I have agreed not to send you to court to protect the name of our school and your future. Besides, you have nothing to do with that incident, isn't that right? How about Cedric? She asked her father. He won't go to jail. Both of you were not there, he convinced her, and Dana's boyfriend? The three adults went silent and looked at each other. She also looked at each one of them and got what they were plotting. They would use him as a scapegoat. No, she would not allow it. Her sense of justice wouldn't approve of that. His girlfriend was dead and they would blame it on him. No man in his right mind, no matter how stupid, could and would ever kill the person he loved. You want me to just keep quiet while punishing someone innocent? She asked indignantly, Her mother tried to calm her down. Kath, think carefully about your future. You are graduating this year. If your name is involved in this case, your reputation will be ruined and, Mom, that is not the point, she rebutted right away. One student has already lost her life, and another one's life will be destroyed if I do not speak. You and Daddy have always taught me to do what is right, remember? His stubbornness made her father furious that he stood up and raised his voice. This is a different situation. Katharina, you can't ruin your life for the sake of one person who has nothing to do with you, Dad. I'll just testify about what I saw that day. I just want to help. How can my life be ruined? You don't know anything about the real world, Katharina. Not everyone needs your help. Sometimes you just have to leave him alone for his own good. You okay? Cedric asked. Don't worry about it too much. His anger has already subsided. You know he can't go mad that long with his only princess. She took a deep breath before answering. Yeah, thanks. Please take care of them. You bet I will. All right, I have to go. Wait. She stopped when she remembered Hero, but suddenly decided to just keep it to herself. Nothing. Be careful. Bye. And she cut her line off. She let out a sigh before tucking the phone back into her pocket. Cedric didn't need to know about Hero. The guy had already suffered enough, had his share of loss and misery. Maybe it is time to leave him alone and let him live peacefully. Hey, Hero. She turned around when she heard the name called by a male's voice. The voice was coming from the back of the building where she was standing. She carefully followed it and saw 5 guys surrounding Hero and picking on him. It was Darwin's crew. 2 of them were holding each of his arms while Darwin was standing in front of him. I heard you are from Morsans. Do you know the Morsans, huh? It is a famous Yankee school. All the male students there are cool and brave and fearsome, not as lame as you. What do you need? Hero asked in an anxious tone. She didn't know if he is just acting or if he is really afraid of his opponents. But the latter would be too unrealistic. What do we need? Darwin repeated as if thinking for a moment. Money, do you have any money? I only have 50 pesos. Hero replied. Well, if you don't have any money, you have to become our servant. You will have to do as we say. But, what, but? Darwin sneered, punching Hero in the abdomen. You really don't know who I am, do you? Well, let me tell you. I am Darwin, the senior high leader of Casa d'Oro University and a member of the Red Eagles. Max's forehead wrinkled upon listening to Darwin's boasting. She decided to reveal herself because she could no longer stand such a piffling scene. Do you think Red Eagles allow bullying of transferees? She asked coldly. How convenient. I don't have to call for you anymore. Max, isn't it? Darwin smirked when he recognized her. I didn't know Red Eagles. Standards have gone this low. Letting scumbags like you join their group, she mocked in reply. Darwin got infuriated. What did you say? Before she could respond, they rushed to attack her. She met them and immediately knocked them down with her swift combat moves. Darwin was the last one she beat up. Don't you dare use Red Eagle's name again if you don't want me to ruin your face, she warned him as she was standing in front of him. Why, yeah. So sorry, he answered before he got up and fled. Thanks. Hero thanked her after the thugs left them. You are strong, he added in amazement. Don't get me wrong. I didn't help you. I was just annoyed by them. That is all, she replied coldly, trying to maintain her gangster image despite the rapid throbbing of her heart at that moment. She actually meant to say, I am just returning the favor. But that would not be necessary anymore. But thank you. If it weren't for you, they might have beaten me up. Why would you let them, if you could fight back? Nothing. Next time. Don't roam around all by yourself. You don't know this place. Safe! Lance shouted as the three of them were catching their breaths. They're here. One student murmured. They gave him a deadly look, but it was Miggy who snapped first. Got a problem with us? He asked as he grabbed the guy's shirt. Hero ignored them as he was searching for a good seat. He found one on the right column near the window, just beside the lobby. Mine, he said, pointing his fingers like a gun and opened fire on it. Mine's on the left, Lance declared. Miggy let go of the guy he is holding and immediately claimed, mine's behind Hero's. Just as Hero walked towards his chosen seat, a group of noisy girls came in, and one of them immediately sat on his throne. He stood still, mouth tightened, fist clenched, and ready to kick their asses. He might be cute, but he is hot-headed and stupid. Hey, he interrupted. They went silent. That is my seat, he said coldly, pointing to the seat where one of them was sitting. The girls looked at him with fear-stricken faces when they realized it was him. It is Hero, one of them whispered. What are you waiting for, huh? Miggy bellowed. Get lost already, Lance commanded as if saving them from hell. The girls immediately stood up from their seats. But then, someone interrupted them. Excuse me, he heard a girl's voice. When he turned to her, he saw an angel wearing their school uniform. There are still vacant seats here, she said, pointing to the vacant seats on the second column near the window. He was stunned and felt like he was floating in the clouds as he was listening to her sweet voice. Oh, Dana, thank you so. The girl who once sat on his chosen seat suddenly stiffened, not able to finish what she was about to say when he held her in the arm. She fearfully looked at her arm before looking at his face. You stay here. I will be the one to sit there, he said in a low and authoritative voice. All of them sat silently in their chosen seats. His angel looked at him confusedly while his friends were teasing him with their eyes. After a few minutes, Mr. Hermosa, their advisor for that year, came in. He was an English teacher for all seniors. Hero's mind was traveling as their teacher was doing a roll call. His thoughts were on the girl sitting next to him, the angel who was wearing a girl's school uniform, as he was stealing a glimpse of her. That was the first time he noticed her. He wondered if she was a transferee or from another section. Well, he was never interested in women ever since. They're just a headache for him. But maybe not this time. After a few minutes, he saw her rolling a pad of paper. Hercules Ronald Gaston, Mr. Hermosa called him. He heard him but did not respond. Everybody knew he wouldn't respond when called by any other name except Hero. Hercules Ronald Gaston, Mr. Hermosa called again, but his attention was on his angel. She held the rolled pad and raised her hand in the air. Then she turned to him. He looked away, trying to avoid meeting her eyes, but he was so shocked when she hit him in the head with the rolled pad of paper. Fine signed. What the heck? He got real mad as he got up and looked at her, almost ready to kill her, but she was not shaken. There is a fly in your head, but it has already escaped, she said, with a smirk. Everybody laughed. Even his friends, but they were immediately silenced when he glared at them and burst out. What are you laughing at? Hercules Ronald Gaston, Mr. Hermosa called him for the third time. What? Don't you know me? He hissed, not minding if he was talking with a teacher. He was Morson's leader. Everybody knew him. Nobody messed with him. Hercules Ronald Gaston. Wake up already, will you? The plangent sound of his aunt's voice, along with the soft smack of a pillow on his face, woke him up in an instant. Auntie? What is up? Her forehead furrowed. Don't you remember what day it is? Oh, shoot! He instantly jumped out of his bed. I am sorry, Auntie, he said before, picking up his towel and going out of the room to bathe in the communal bathroom near the kitchen. She followed him to the kitchen. You should be. I've been waking you up for almost half an hour, and all you did was talk back at me, she answered disappointedly. He turned the shower off and peeped on the door. Did I? Yes, you did. I bet you've been dreaming about your Morson's Day again, he laughed. Yeah, right. Sorry about that. Just be quick. You have to be at the terminal before 9. Okay. He heard her footsteps walking out of the room, so he continued taking a bath. It is Saturday. He had no class, but his aunt did not give him a day off. It was a special day. The only child of his aunt's employers was coming, so his aunt needed his help to prepare the house, the very house they were living in. For this girl named Katharina, as an only child, he expected Katharina to be a spoiled brat. So everything should be perfect to avoid quibbling feedbacks sent to her parents. She was expected to arrive in the afternoon, and he was to fetch her from the terminal. His breakfast was ready when he came down to the kitchen. He felt guilty he was not able to help his aunt that morning. Good thing he volunteered to clean the garage and every guest room the other day after school. You don't have to feel bad about it. We've been cleaning this house regularly, so it is not that dirty. I just want Kath's room to look perfect the way she wanted it, consoled his aunt. He could feel the excitement and longing that she was feeling at the moment, like a mother who missed her child. He heard that Belen used to be Kath's nanny, so his aunt might really love her. 3 buses had come and gone, but no Katharina had appeared in front of him, though he did not exactly know what she looked like. Suddenly, a petite woman in a ponytail, wearing a white crop-top shirt with checkered long sleeves wrapped around her waist, tattered denim shorts, and a pair of white sneakers approached him. Excuse me, don't you have any plans to go home yet? I am getting bored, she said, without removing her thick sunglasses. Yeah, he just noticed she is wearing them. He blinked and looked around. There was no one next to him. Are you talking to me? He hesitantly asked, pointing to himself. Are you seeing anyone else except the 2 of us here? You are Nane Belen's nephew, aren't you? He was stunned. That voice was familiar to him. He looked at her again. Max, he asked incredulously. He didn't recognize her at first without her fierce look and those gangster chains. She removed her sunglasses. Don't say my name so casually. We are not close, she said coldly. And yes, I am. I am Katharina Maxine Magers. Or Kath, whatever. Do I still need an ID? Ah, no. I am sorry. He thought he was going to fetch a princess. A flashy woman in heavy makeup wearing a fancy dress, a pair of limited edition high heels, and a signature bag in her arm. He did not expect the daughter of that mighty house. Of all people, it was no other than Max. If he would base it on her looks at that moment, he could say she looked like an ordinary girl. And yet she is no ordinary woman, as she was incredibly strong for her petite body. So what now? Are you just going to stare at me all night? She snapped him back to his senses, and before he could answer she said again, Give me the key. I'll drive, she said, and quickly took the key from his pocket. She was too quick, and everything happened so suddenly that was left there standing dumbfoundedly. It was too late when he realized that Max had driven the car away and left him there. Hey, wait for me, he cursed under his breath. He suddenly remembered Dana, how devilish his girlfriend at first despite her angelic face. He had no choice but to go home by foot. He was too excited to drive a real car except the one he used for test drive last month, when he applied for driver's license, so he was not able to bring any amount money with him. Luckily, the terminal wasn't that far, so he could just jog home. What an evil witch! Max scanned her room again after she had eaten. A bittersweet smile was carved in her lips as memories of her innocence flashed like a movie. She saw the young Katharina playing happily with her Barbie doll while her mother was combing her hair. She was 10 when her dad decided for them to move to Manila to take care of his growing business. Since then, they had not been able to return to Casa de Oro. Both her parents were busy with each other's work, while she and Cedric had gradually become accustomed to their lives in the capital and became busy with their studies. Only Belen was left to take care of the house. Her reminiscence was suddenly interrupted by a few knocks from outside the door. "Kath, are you still awake?" She recognized Belen's voice. She opened the door. "Yes, Nanny, I brought you milk." "Do you still drink it before bed?" she asked hesitantly. She smiled and opened the door for her. "Of course, but no one beats yours," she replied. "Come on in." Belen's face brightened. She laid the glass of milk on her bedside table. She took it and drank half the glass before placing it back. "Did you like your room?" "I wasn't sure what is your preferences now, so I just made very slight changes to what it looked like before. Just tell me if something needs to be fixed," she said, as she sat on the edge of the bed beside her. "I am okay, Nanny." "Don't bother anymore," she answered as tears welled up in the corners of her eyes due to mixed emotions that enveloped her heart again. She was so touched by the love she showed her and how she made her feel like her own child. "Why?" her nanny asked worriedly, caressing her face. She did not realize that some teardrops has already escaped from her eyes and rolled down her cheeks. She shook his head. "Nothing. I just missed you," she replied. When she could no longer resist it, she hugged her nanny tightly. "I am sorry I just came back." Belen caressed her back. "Shh. It is nothing. I know you were too busy with your studies and I understand that." She cried even more when she mentioned her studies. If she only knew what she went through at her school and why she had to come back to Casa de Oro. A few moments later, Belen gently pulled away from her and wiped away her tears. "Hush now. Just remember, if you need anything, just tell me. You can also ask Hero if I am not around." "Okay, sure." She nodded. "All right. Finish your milk and get some rest." She complied before giving the empty glass back to Belen. Her nanny kissed her on the forehead and bid good night. The next day, Belen was not around when she came down. She got hungry, so she went directly to the kitchen. But what she saw really shocked her. Hero just got out of the bathroom half naked with hair dripping wet on his broad shoulders, to his bulging biceps and triceps, down to his chiseled abs, and even down below that which was hidden below the white towel. She involuntarily swallowed her own saliva when she suddenly felt a lump in her throat. The moment her eyes spotted the bulge in that towel. That was not the first time she had seen someone half naked, as Cedric always pulled his shirt off at home. But that was the first time her eyes had drank in every detail of someone's body, as if she was going to sketch him later. The view was so enticing. She couldn't take her eyes off him. "Max!" Hero snapped his fingers in front of her to bring her back to her senses. "Hey, are you okay?" She immediately turned around. "Get dressed, will you?" she complained. "If I know." "Your eyes were feasting on my body," he teased her. "You were looking at me like I was some delicious meal." Her cheeks were burning red at what he said, but she immediately pulled herself together and put on her gangster act. She narrowed her eyes and instantly looked at him with that deadly look. "Do you want my punches to feast on your body?" she threatened with her clenched fist, trying her best to fix her gaze on his eyes and not on any other part of his body. Especially not down there. "Oops, careful. I haven't dressed yet," he warned, obviously not afraid of her threat. "Hurry up and get dressed." "I am hungry," she ordered impatiently. "Are you gonna eat me?" "What?" "No. I mean, if you are hungry, then get yourself some food to eat," Nanny Belen said. "I could order you around if she is not here." "She is not around, so she is in Uptown." "But look, you are already in the kitchen, and you are not a person with a disability, so..." When my parents find out that you let me starve, they will scold Nanny Bellin and she might even lose her job. She threatened him again. Worst, the two of you will be kicked out from here. Do you want that? Are you going to ruin your aunt's life because of your laziness? So I am the lazy one now? He complained, obviously not wanting to lose in that conversation. She raised one eyebrow. Did you forget you still owe me something? No, I didn't. And I don't forget you're leaving me at the terminal either, he rebutted, leveling her temper with his. She felt her blood boiling up, and she was about to explode because of him. Why couldn't he just disappear from her sight already? He is making it hard to breathe for her, and she felt her knees go weak as time passed by. She suddenly felt nauseated before she could speak again. She took a step backward and was about to fall if not for Hero's quick adrenaline rush to catch her. Hey, are you all right? She looked at him and saw his worried eyes. The throbbing of her heart had gone wild, especially when she realized how close his face was to hers, and he had not put his clothes on yet. Hero guided her towards the chair and let her sit. I'll go and change. Wait for me here, I'll be quick. He ran towards his room. In less than a minute, he was already dressed in black sleeveless shirt and jersey shorts. He quietly prepared the foods on the table and grabbed 2 sets of utensils. Come on, eat up. You don't have to scare me like that. Scare you? Like what? You almost passed out because of hunger. I don't know what to do if you really did. I already told you, I am hungry. Yeah, right. I didn't mean to scare you. That is fine. Just eat already. The two of them. Eat silently. Are you feeling uncomfortable having someone else eat with you? Hero asked when he caught her stealing glances at him. Why? You keep staring at me. Are you imagining me as... Don't start me with your dirty thoughts, Mr. Gaston, she warned him. Sounding more serious this time, Hero got the message and stayed silent. She finished her meal first. Hero didn't mind and continued feasting on the foods, smiled and stared at him. This time, she did not take her eyes off even if she met his from time to time. Have you really forgotten about me? Hero. I've never forgotten you since that day you saved me. Do you need anything else? Hero snapped her back to her senses. He is done with his food. No, he replied. He got her plate and utensils and placed them on the sink. Then he cleaned after themselves. So you are using my cousin's room? She asked, trying to open up a conversation. Auntie said it is just your cousin CJ's hangout room. He answered while he is washing the dishes. He is barely using it, so your parents lend it to me. You don't mind, do you? He asked, glancing at her for once. No, I don't, but I am not sure about him, she said the last words in an almost whisper voice. Still he heard it. I'll move out when he comes home. She heaved a sigh before standing up. Thanks for the food. I'll be off to my room. Yeah. Sure, she was about to turn away when she remembered something. By the way, he turned around. Yes? Don't tell anyone in school we're living in the same house. For your own goodness sake. I won't. Morsans. Hi. First grading period, 2 days before the exam week. Hero started to worry about whom to copy in the upcoming exams. The teachers were keeping a close eye on his group because of the bullying complaints that were brought up to the admins, so he could not force his classmates to cheat. Why don't we just ask your girlfriend for help? Miggy suggested. Huh? He asked, curious as to whom Miggy was referring to. Before his friend could answer, Dana walked past them. Well? Speaking of the she-devil, Miggy whispered, they followed Dana to the library as silently as they could. They grabbed some books and sat down next to her. But Dana was busy taking down notes that she did not even bother to glance at them. Minutes later, he could no longer stand it. He was like a demon melting inside the church. He went outside and decided to wait there. His minions followed him. Upon looking at Dana, he realized that his friends were right. They needed her if they wanted to pass the exam. It is their last year. It would be embarrassing if his group would not be able to graduate. His friends got bored and went home first. He chose to stay and wait for her. It is almost dark when Dana came out. "Hey," Dana stared at him. "Were you waiting for me? Don't be scared. I mean no harm. Are you done for today? Can I walk you home? You've been mad at me since the first day we met. And now you've waited for me just to take me home. Are you planning to get back at me or something?" she asked in an accusing tone. No, I am here to make peace. I know we've been on bad terms but I don't know if I can trust you. Then, why don't you try and see for yourself, okay?" Dana hesitantly agreed for them to walk home together. For quite a while, he remained silent and tried to figure out how he would open up the conversation about asking her help for the upcoming exam. "The truth is," he spoke embarrassedly at last, "my friends and I need your help, in the upcoming exams next week." Dana stopped walking and looked at him. Then, to his astonishment, she burst into laughter. He scowled his face and was about to get annoyed. But later on, he was enjoying the musical sound of her laughter and her squinty eyes. Dana stopped laughing. "We can have a group study this weekend at my house. I can be your tutor if you want," she replied. His face lit up. "Really?" But then his reaction changed. "Are you sure about that? We're dumb people, just so you know. It won't be easy." She just smiled at him. They were only a few meters away from school when some Dixon guys surrounded them. Well. "So this is why I haven't heard you fight these days." It was Liam again. He hid Dana behind him. "Liam, haven't you had enough from last time? Oh, come on. Are you afraid your girlfriend will see you get beaten up?" Liam mocked. "I am not in the mood to fight you. Let's do this some other time," he said before pulling Dana and passing Liam. "Don't you dare turn your back on me when I am talking to you," Liam said angrily, grabbing his shoulder to face him before punching him in the face. He fell to the ground in front of Dana. "Hero!" Dana cried. And before she could run to him, the other guys held her in both hands. "Let go of me," she squeaked. "How dare you? Let go of her," he ordered authoritatively when he got up. He angrily rushed to Liam. The two of them fought against each other, but Liam's group came to help beat him up. "Hero, that is enough, please." Dana was crying at the heartbreaking sight. Then she began shouting on top of her lungs. "Somebody, help us, please, help us, help!" Liam got pissed off and slapped Dana with the back of his palm to silence her. "Liam, you piece of shite, how dare you hurt her? I am gonna kill you," Hero swore furiously. Liam stepped on his head. "You shut up. Don't get so cocky when you are alone. You can't beat me," he said proudly. "Who is alone?" Out of the blue, Hero's friends appeared. They surrounded the Dixon guys. "You jerks. You will pay for what you did," Lance declared and ordered his comrades to attack. They came rushing in and crushed their opponents. Hero immediately rescued Dana. "Are you okay?" he asked, checking up on her like a worried boyfriend. "Yes, I am fine," she replied. He saw the bruise on her face where Liam's hand landed on. He caressed it and immediately hugged her. "I am sorry, you got hurt because of me." Dana shook her head when she released her. "It is not your fault." Then she stared at him. "Your nose is bleeding." He felt his nose. Blood was running from it. Dana immediately took a tissue from her bag and wiped the blood. She also cleaned up some part of his face. He just stood there, staring at her angelic face, and feeling lost again, with that familiar irregular beating of his heart just like when he first saw her. Dana noticed him and stared back into his eyes. Suddenly his world stopped turning. "Ah, hero," Miggy interrupted. They both turned to him awkwardly. "Yeah?" he asked. "The opponents are gone." "We can go home now," Miggy announced. "Right. Thank you, guys. Thank you very much," Dana echoed. "Come on, we'll take you home," he said, holding Dana's hand. She didn't refuse. Send. Wend. Present. Friday. It is CASU's charter day, and that meant no class for the students. Hero decided to help his aunt instead of attending the school event. "Won't you get reprimanded if you don't show up in school?" Belen asked him. "The main event will be tonight. Besides, I have no part in today's activities," he explained. "Really?" Belen didn't sound convinced yet. She did not complain, having him nonetheless. 9 o'clock came. His aunt informed him that she had to go somewhere to run some errands and would come back sooner. A few minutes later, Max entered from the exit door leading to the house kitchen. She asked for Belen. "She went out and will come back soon," he replied. She stared at him, not convinced by what he said. "Auntie is not here. Eat now or help out." Her eyes narrowed at what he said. He pretended to ignore her, but he was secretly having fun seeing her annoyed reaction. He found it amusing. Max took a plate and scooped up some rice from the stainless rice pot. Then she put a piece of fried egg and a slice of ham on it. Finally, she went to an empty table and ate quietly. He had just finished washing the dishes when a couple of motorcycles arrived and parked beside the eatery. He immediately recognized Oro Street Riders' denim jackets. The bikers were their regular customers. Many of them worked in the bus terminal and the construction site nearby. They usually came in groups of not less than 10 bikes. But the main problem was, other customers got scared of their presence because of their frequent fights and immediately left or would not eat in the restaurant anymore. "Hey, hero. How are you, man?" greeted Cardo, one of the porters at the terminal. As much as he hated them, he had no choice but to put up with them. "Hey, I am good, thanks. Are you going to eat?" he replied. It was not lunchtime yet, and it was unusual for them to come around this time. "Oh no. Maybe later." "We're just paying our visit," replied Harry, a construction worker in an apartment in the next block. "To Red Eagles?" he asked mindlessly. He was aware of the so-called clashing tradition of the 3 big groups during KSU Charter Day when they would meet and fight. Many of them graduated from KSU, so they visited the campus during Charter Day while wearing their gang signatures. However, after the activities, another big event was going to happen outside the campus. No one knew where and when the clashing would happen. Others said it was merely a coincidence. But over the years, it had become a traditional coincidence. And a lot of people were looking forward to this event. Before someone could answer him, a tall guy in his late 20s stepped forward and sat on one of the seats in front of Max with his back on her. It was Vince, the group leader. "I heard you were studying at CA's. Didn't the Red Eagles recruit you?" he asked, shifting the topic. "Me? Oh no. Besides, Auntie will only scold me when she finds out I joined any gang," he replied with a little laugh to shrug off that eerie feeling coming off from Vince's voice. "I see," Vince said plainly. Max stood up after eating. She drank her water and turned to leave using the front door. "Hey, wait," he called her. She stopped and turned to him with a raised eyebrow. "What? Where are you going? Auntie might be looking for you." She just stared at him but did not respond. Then she turned her back on him. "I didn't know you had a sister," Vince commented. "Ah, he is not my sister." She the daughter of that big house, he explained, pointing to Max's house. It was too late when he realized how talkative he'd got. I see, Vince said, uninterested. He looked at his wristwatch. It is time. Let's go. How many times do I have to tell you? Don't go to Morson's. Her cousin angrily pulled her and forced her to ride his big bike. She stopped in front of his vehicle. I am just checking things out, especially about Dana's death, she reasoned. Is that so? Did you really go there for Dana, or you just wanted to see that hero again? Cedric, do you think I didn't know that you have a special feeling? With that mortal enemy of mine? Look. I don't have time for that filthy mind of yours. Okay. And not because you are rivals. You just let him go to jail, even if he is innocent. We both know that Liam initiated that fight, and he caused Dana's death. When did you ever involve yourself? In our gang fights? Cedric, we're talking about an innocent man suspected of a crime he did not commit. If that is all you are worried about, then you can stop now. He won't go to jail. Dana's parents withdrew the case and dropped all charges against him. Happy. What? She asked in disbelief. Is that true? Her face lit up. You said so yourself. Hero was innocent and would never kill his girlfriend. Dana's diary has proved it. And they can't lock us up either, because we both just arrived at the crime scene. And Liam is gone. He disappeared. And no one knows where he is now. Besides, no one can prove that Liam killed Dana. Dana's head hit something hard that caused her death. That means no one wanted to kill her in the first place. Everything was just an unfortunate turn of events. She did not say a word. Now, let's go home and pack. She looked at him. Where are we going? You will come with me to America. Forget about Princeton Academy. We'll go to Princeton University in the U.S. What? No, she protested. Why stay in your school? Don't you notice how they look at you? They look at you like a criminal. In America, you can start again. Both of us. Let's just do what your dad tells us. When? Hey. Her peaceful night walk was suddenly disturbed by the loud horns and the irritating noise of passing motorcycles. She just came from CA's U and got bored that she decided to walk home since it was not that far, to feel the fresh rural night air. She just ignored them until one bike stopped beside her. She stopped. That moment she recognized them. They were the guys who stopped by the eatery that morning. Need a ride home? Asked the driver. She recognized him. His name was Vince. He is quite famous in Uptown. Everyone looked up to him like he was their hero or something. She heard he was the one who prevented the eviction of the subdivision tenants. She looked at him with cold eyes. No thanks. I know who you are, he said, looking straight into her eyes. Why did you leave Uptown? She raised an eyebrow. She had stayed there for only 1 month. It is none of your business, and I don't care if you know me. She tried to get past him, but one of his minions grabbed her by her left wrist. Don't be rude when our leader is talking to you. She looked at her hand before piercing the guy with her deadly look. Will you release me, or I will break your hand? She warned in a low, authoritative voice. The guy holding her wrist was several inches taller than her, and his body was quite big, but that didn't scare her. The bikers whistled mockingly. Careful, Clint. She is gonna break your hand, teased one rider in Kawasaki. Clint lifted one side of his lips. Really? She didn't say a word. She held Clint's hand with her right hand and twisted it against his back, freeing her left wrist from his grasp. Clint groaned in pain. The leader, impressed by what she did, clapped his hands 3 times. It is okay now. Let him go, he commanded her in a calm voice. No need to be violent. We mean no harm. Then get lost. she said firmly, as he pushed Clint and walked past them. Few meters away, she saw Hero walking towards her. He stopped in front of her. Why are you walking alone? Do you know how dangerous it is to go home alone? He did not finish what he was about to say when she just ignored him. He followed her and walked with her. Did they hurt you? He asked again, concern registered in his voice. She did not look back, but she assumed he saw the gangsters behind them. I am fine, she replied, and they continued walking. They were approaching the house, when she noticed that it was quieter than usual. Auntie went out of town, Hero said before she could ask. Her cousin got sick in Cebu, so she visited him. She already asked permission from your parents and your Uncle Rico. You were not here the whole day, so she wasn't able to tell you. She asked me to look after you while she is gone, so, will you shut up? You are so noisy, she said irritably. He pulled her to face him. I won't keep quiet until you fix that bad habit of yours. Her face was twisted with pain when Hero held that very wrist that Clint gripped a while back. Hero was shocked and instantly released it. I am sorry, he said. Please, sit down. His eyes pleaded as they met hers. She calmed down and silently sat on the chair in the kitchen as she watched him get a basin and a clean face towel. He laid them on the table before he opened the refrigerator and took out an ice pack. He sat across from her. Give me your hand, he gently commanded. She stretched her left hand out to him. He held it gently and carefully placed the cold compress wrapped in a face towel on her bruised wrist. He wiped her wet hand with the dry part of the towel. Soon, the pain slowly faded, but the heat coming from his hand was melting every inch of her skin that it touched. The sensations made her heartbeat race and caused her an agonizing pain deep within. She looked at him. His attention was on her wrist, with a seriously worried face that is slowly breaking every defense she had built around her heart. Hero, the man she secretly fell in love with a long time ago. The man she had defended even from her own family. The man who caused her downfall. The man who had never looked at her before, the way he looked at her a while ago. The man who had forgotten that girl he once saved, and the man who would surely hate her forever if he knew who she really was. Are you okay? He asked. Her face reddened when she realized she had stared at him for too long, that he noticed it already. I am okay now, she declared, immediately withdrawing her hand from him when she could no longer bear it anymore. Thank you. She got up and turned around to go up to her room. She was sitting on the edge of her bed, replaying the scene in the kitchen on her mind and rekindling the sensations she felt with his warm hands when her cell phone rang. She frowned when she saw Cedric's name on the screen. Yes? Why didn't you tell me? He asked in an angry voice. The furrows on her forehead deepened. What? That your hero was there, and now you are living together with him. Living under the same roof, and living together might be technically the same. But you know it has a thick line between them, she corrected him. And why should I tell you about him, so that you can ruin his life again? You are making it sound like I am the reason he is suffering. Look, Cedric. Nanny Bellen's nephew is a good person. What? He interrupted. You heard me right. He is Nanny Bellen's nephew. Should I kick him? Besides, he is changed. What do you mean? He is changed. He is not the person he used to be. He is living a peaceful life now. No gang fights. Nothing at all. Besides, he doesn't recognize me nor remembers anything about me at all. We can't be sure. Look, Kath, I promised your parents that I would protect you, and I will not allow that man to do anything to you to get his revenge on me. Hero is a good man, she defended. He won't do to me what Liam did to his girlfriend. Just leave him alone. That is not for you to decide, Katharina, Cedric said firmly. She narrowed her eyes and clenched her fist. Don't provoke me, Cedric. I am not Katharina anymore. I am telling you, don't touch him. And if I do, you mess with him. You mess with me. She threatened before cutting her line off. She threw her phone on her bed in anger. Don't you dare. Cedric, don't you dare. The next day was KSU's culmination day for its week-long Foundation Day celebration. Max was walking alone to the campus after dinner when she heard the familiar noise of motorcycles behind her. She did not need to turn her head to know who they were. She made a left turn going to the frisbee field just outside the exit gate of the campus. The bikers followed her lead and stopped when she stopped walking. Then they surrounded her for a while before they turned off the engine of their bikes. Ganging up with a woman, how pathetic! She mocked, showing a malignant sneer on her face. The guys climbed down from their vehicles and walked towards her. She scanned their faces. Vince wasn't among them, and she was more than sure it was Clint's idea. I thought your leader, Vince. Said you mean me no harm, she confronted them. But she was looking at Clint, indirectly reminding him of the embarrassment she did to him the day before. Do you think I'd let what you did to me yesterday slide? Just like that, he answered indignantly. Yeah. So now you are doing shut behind your leader's back just because you wanted to get back at me. She provoked, enjoying the snuffy look on his face as if wanting to eat her alive right there and then. He won't know unless you tell him, and I'll make sure you won't be able to tell him. He swore, his eyes piercing dangerously into hers. But she wasn't scared a bit. Nothing and no one could scare her anymore. Oh yeah. She raised an eyebrow and sneered. Well, you gotta do so. Clint raised his hand on the air. And with a go sign, his comrades attacked her all together. Suddenly her vision went dark as memories from the past started resurfacing in front of her. How her best friend hated her and wanted her out of the school. How her schoolmates treated her like a criminal. And worst, how her parents didn't believe nor defended her. She had no one to turn to depend on. She only had herself. Triggered by the anguish and hatred that had built up inside her heart, Max subconsciously knocked every one of them, as if they were the ones who hurt her and caused her those 1 year's worth of nightmares and sufferings. I am gonna kill you, bitch, Clint growled. Only then was she snapped back to her senses. She looked around and saw bodies lying on the ground. Each of them was groaning in pain. She lost control of her strength again. Was it like this for Hero? Was being stronger than anyone too much of a burden for him that he just quit fighting? Her mind was still busy with a lot of things on her head that she didn't notice Clint's kick was coming for her. A powerful blow hit her in the chest and sent her flying a few meters away from him. She groaned in pain as she held on to that part. Clint walked towards her. What a shame. You are undoubtedly beautiful, but I will not hesitate to rip your face off and break your bones until you beg me to kill you. His voice was threatening like a lion ready to shred its prey to pieces. You don't need to say it out loud. I know I am beautiful. She slowly got up on her feet and showed no fear as she looked back at him in the eyes. But I am not as weak as you think. In a blink of an eye, she leaped towards him and gave him a hard punch on the face. The impact made him take a step back. But he seemed unaffected. I haven't tasted it in a long time, he said, tasting the blood that is coming from his cut lower lip. A wicked smile lit up his face as he looked at her. She stood up straight and gave him a look that she is ready to take him at any time. Hero had been standing on the campus ground for more than an hour and looking around everywhere. But he had not seen Max yet. He wondered where she might have been again. Her stubbornness was really getting on his nerves. She declined his offer to come together to watch the shows then, left without saying a word while he was still washing the dishes after dinner. It wasn't as if he really cared about her or something. His aunt had not returned yet, so he had to take care of all her responsibilities, and that included babysitting Max even if she didn't need to. His aunt specifically asked him to watch over her while she is gone. and it is not like she couldn't defend herself. But given her attitude, somebody like the bikers would surely not let her go in one piece. Bothered by his conscience, he decided to go around looking for her. When he was sure she wasn't among the crowd on the campus ground, he went on to search in every building, looking for someone. He turned when he heard a familiar voice. Vince was leaning against the concrete wall of the shower room in the swimming pool area. "Hey, Vince," he greeted as if surprised to see him. "Oh yes, I am looking for my friend, Max. The daughter of your aunt's boss," he guessed. He did not answer immediately. He felt uncomfortable around him, yet he still maintained his cool. "Oh yes, have you seen her anywhere on the campus?" "Number. But what I know is that Clint is also looking for her." "Who is Clint?" he wondered. "My comrade. They had a little misunderstanding yesterday." His face darkened. "Did Clint cause that bruise in her hand?" Vince dropped his cigarette on the floor and put it off with his shoes. I think he didn't mean to tighten his grip on her. When he realized he was about to blow his cover, he bid farewell to him. "I didn't know you were that hero from Morson's." He stopped at what he said, but did not look back. "So you were pretending to be weak all this time?" "I don't know what you are saying, Vince," he said. "It is getting late. I still have to look for Max. Good night." "I think at this time, Clint and Max are already fighting each other." He stopped walking again. This time he turned to face him. "What do you mean? I heard you stopped fighting. So what can you do when you got there? They'll surely beat you up. Instead of helping Max, you will be just a hindrance to her. Don't you think?" He did not like what he is saying, so he interrupted him at once. "Thanks for your information. Good night." He slightly bowed at him before quickly leaving him. He went outside the campus and looked for Max in every corner that the bikers would likely take her. He also asked those he met if they had noticed Max, or even the bikers. No one saw any of them. Feeling desperate, he shouted her name as if he had lost a dog in the depths of the night. "Hero." He stopped when someone called to him from the other side of the road. It was Darwin riding in his scooter with some other classmates on the other two motorcycles. They crossed the road and stopped in front of him. "I am sorry, Darwin. I don't have time to fight with you right now." "You are looking for Max, aren't you?" he interrupted. He looked at him. "Do you know where he is?" "She is in the frisbee field at the back of campus. She is fighting against the bikers. We're about to go there and watch," he answered. His tone expressed excitement, as if they were going to watch the NBA Finals. "What did you say?" he asked incredulously. "If you run fast now, you might be able to catch it," Darwin said before, starting the engine again and driving off. The two vehicles followed him. He wasted no more time. He ran back to CASU and went to the frisbee field. He was still panting when he arrived. A lot of people gathered on every corner like boxing spectators. On the center were Max and a guy, maybe Clint, fighting each other. Max was winning. People were screaming as she gave Clint a roundhouse kick. Clint fell on the ground but still determined to get up. Max didn't give him a chance. She hit him again with a powerful blow in the face. People there might be enjoying the show, but he was not happy at all. As soon as he got his breathing back to normal, he interrupted. "Max, that is enough." Max was bending on one knee, one clenched fist up and ready to smash Clint's face once again. She turned to him and gave him a dangerous stare. The spectators groaned in disappointment and gradually left the scene. He approached Max. "That is enough. Let's go," he commanded like her big brother. Max lowered his fist and stood in front of him. "What are you doing here?" Instead of answering her question, he said, "Don't you care if the admins learned about this? You might get expelled, you know." What do you care? Let them do what they want. You don't know what you are saying. I know exactly what I am saying, she insisted, and I know better what I am doing, so don't preach to me. Her tone was full of emphasis and resentment. Max, please. Let's just go home. I will accept whatever punishment you'll give me, he pleaded. Her heart started pounding again when she looked at him. It was as if only Hero could ever pacify her, could calm her down but not her heart. She looked at Clint and saw how badly she had beaten him. She gradually got up on her knees. Let's go. They turned to that familiar voice at once. It was Vince again. He walked towards Clint and calmly approached his comrade to help him stand up. He then took the key from Clint's pocket and threw it at Hero, who abruptly caught it. We'll get it back tomorrow, Vince told him before turning away. Come on. I'll drive you home, he said to Max, when Vince's group disappeared from his sight. No, thanks. I am walking. I can go home alone, she refused stubbornly, and then find another trouble at the next corner. No, he answered authoritatively, revealing a bit of his old self. It made Max glared at him again. Please? His tone immediately shifted from vehement to plaintive. Whatever. She sighed and rolled her eyes before heading to Clint's motorbike. He smiled and followed her. News of Max's beating the bikers spread like wildfire, not only throughout CASU, but throughout the entire Casa de Oro. Her classmates treated her like a VIP since then, for fear that she might beat them up. Others even wanted to be her underlings. Meanwhile, her Uncle Rico summoned her again to confront her about what had happened. I just defended myself, she explained. That is not what I heard, he said. Then believe what you heard. I don't care, she said, her voice raised a notch in annoyance. And if you have nothing else to say, I'll go back to my class. And she stood defiantly. When she came out of his office, she was shocked when a group of girl students met her. Hi Max, I am Ryan, the leader of the Women's Right Association at CASU. The woman in front introduced herself. We heard about what you did with the bikers. I just want to tell you that you are an inspiration to all women. You were able to defend yourself, and you did not let those men trample you. I don't need your praises, she coldly interrupted. We would like to invite you to join our group. Let's work together. No, thanks. She refused abruptly and walked past them. But, Max, she stopped. No, she said, firmly in a threatening tone. They all went silent and froze in fear. So if you'll excuse me, I still have my class. Their teacher for the afternoon class was not in yet when she arrived. She looked around and saw Hero playing with some girls in one corner. She sneered. One classmate noticed her, and suddenly the room went quiet. Her classmates either bowed their heads or looked away, afraid to meet her gaze. She went to Hero's seat and took it for herself, putting his bag in her original seat. Hero went to her and sat beside her. He didn't even complain about the new setup. You forgot your lunch. Aunt Balin wanted me to give it to you, he whispered as he secretly put the lunchbox in front of her. She just stared at it. No one said a word. Hero turned his back on her and returned to what he was doing. She picked it up and left the classroom again to eat in the campus cafeteria. All eyes were on her when she entered. Maybe because she is the only high school student in there, or maybe because of the news. Whatever, she didn't give a damn. Minutes later, a group of college boys wearing varsity jackets approached her. She just ignored them and continued eating her meal. One of them sat across from her. Hey, Max, right, he said in an overly confident tone, with a smirk on his face that she found really annoying. She stared at him coldly. I didn't say you could sit there. Whoa, he exclaimed sarcastically. That is cold. His comrades were smirking at each other. She suddenly lost her appetite, so she put away her lunchbox. She stood up to leave the irritating men in front of her before she lost her cool. "Wait. Where are you going?" the guy asked. Abruptly gripping her arm to stop her, she looked at her arm before looking at him straight in the eyes. "Maybe you want to take your filthy hand off of mine," she commanded, grasping his hand with her other hand to remove it forcefully without averting her piercing eyes on his. He writhed in pain but did not want to show it to his comrades. Without looking back, she left them and returned to her class. "Miss Midgers, where have you been?" their teacher asked as she entered. She remembered her name was Mrs. Flora Tuazon. She did not answer and just sat quietly in Hero's seat. She secretly handed the lunchbox to him. "Next week, we will join the Science Quiz Bee as part of the Science Month celebration," Mrs. Tuazon announced. "All sections, year levels, and departments are required to join." "Ma'am, isn't that too much hassle? All the smart ones are in the first section," complained one of their classmates. "Not everyone in the first section is good at science." "Who knows there is one of you here?" their teacher replied with hopeful eyes looking in her direction. She looked away. "Besides, it will be a group of 5. So 5 classmates will work together." "How is the selection process?" Lisa asked. "I will conduct a quiz tomorrow. The 5 students with the highest scores will compete with the other sections. In our case, other majors will be our opponents for senior high. Then whoever wins will compete in the inter-level contest. Then there is the campus tournament, college versus high school. Then there might be inter-school, etc. That depends on the committee." "That sounds exciting and fun," Hero said excitedly. "Not if you are just busy fighting every day." Her head argued. "Don't get your hopes too high, man. Your quiz scores barely reach 2 digits. Xander, who was sitting behind Darwin, said mockingly. She glared at him. He immediately turned away. "What is your problem?" she heard him say under his breath. "Say that again?" she dared him. "Yes, Miss Megers." "Are you saying something?" the teacher asked when she noticed them. "No, ma'am," she replied. "Okay. I will give you enough time to prepare for tomorrow. Let's go to the library and grab some science books to help you. Remember to keep quiet when we get there, all right?" "Yes, ma'am. Don't forget to bring your library card." The whole class exited from their classroom and went to the library. Max sat in one corner and observed the surroundings. Her classmates enthusiastically picked some books as if they were really excited to join the contest. Although some took notes seriously, most of the guys were just slacking off and waiting for the bell to ring. Hero, on the other hand, was standing in between shelves choosing which books to read. "Miss Megers, why don't you grab some science books and read them?" Mrs. Tuazon told her when she noticed she was doing nothing. She stood up and walked over to the card catalogs. When she found what she was looking for, she went to the shelves and grabbed the books. Those were trivia and quiz books with answer sheets on the last pages. She got 5 of them and handed it to Hero. "If you want to join that badly, read these types of books." He was stunned momentarily before giving off a wide smile. "Awesome! Where did you find these?" "SSSH." Almost everyone looked in their direction and glared at Hero. She secretly hit him with a soft punch in the abdomen. "Zip your mouth." He bit his lower lip to suppress an agonized moan as he clutched his hurt stomach. "Sorry," he whispered to her. He also gestured an apologetic sign to others for the distraction. "Go and sit over there," she commanded, pointing her lips to an empty table in the middle of the right row. He turned around and walked over there. She silently followed him. "Wow, Hero. That is a lot. What are you reading?" asked Brenda, one of the campus socialites, in a hushed voice as she approached them with 3 other women. If she were in Princeton, Brenda could have been one of her friends already. But having been betrayed by those spoiled brats and backstabbing bitches, she was more than annoyed by her presence. Trivia and science quizzes from Max. Do you want to read? Hero offered. Sure. Mind if we join you? She asked, looking at her with an obvious fake friendly smile. She did not answer yet. She scooted to the edge for them to have space to sit. Everybody went silent. The girls beside her were seriously reading the books she gave, and even took some notes. So did Hero. She was surprised to see him being this serious in his academics, although she did not know how he was doing back then, but given his background, he was not the type to study that much. Or was she being judgmental? Nevertheless, he had changed. Indeed, as moments passed by, she was gradually seeing her old self in him. Studious, crowd's favorite, friendly. She was not liking it, so she suddenly stood up to leave. Where are you going? He softly asked, looking up at her. She did not answer. She returned to the bookshelves where she found the books she gave to Hero. A guy who was standing there as if searching for a particular book stopped behind her. 5 o'clock this afternoon, in the old building. Make sure you show up if you don't want anything bad would happen to your friend, he said. She chuckled. You seem to have been misinformed about me. I don't have friends. If Hero is not your friend, then we'll just go after him instead. Her eyes narrowed and her fists automatically clenched upon hearing Hero's name. She was ready to smash that guy when a familiar hand tapped her in the arm. Hey! It was Hero. She did not answer. She turned to face the guy before, but only to see a lot of guys already standing and walking nearby. She did not recognize him, so she didn't know which one of them was he. Max, are you okay? He asked with that worried look on his face. She pulled herself together. Yeah, what do you want? I want to borrow these books, but I don't know how I can bring them home, he explained, referring to the stack of books he was carrying. She heaved a sigh. Well, what did she expect? It made sense to her why Cedric really hated him. He was a stupid gangster. Well used to. She grabbed some more books. They were light and thin, so she did not hesitate to put them on top of his stack. Hey! He complained, but she just ignored him. Follow me. They went to the librarian. She filled out the borrower's form and listed all the books she wanted to borrow. Only 5 books maximum per person, the librarian said. She got his library card and filled it out as well. The librarian accepted both their cards. Don't you dare lose a single book or else. She threatened him when they were outside. I won't, he promised before they returned to their classroom. They still had one class left for the day, but her thoughts were flying back to what the guy had said. Why were they threatening her with Hero? Did they know about her and Hero's background? Or was it because of what Hero did during her fight with the bikers? Hero, where is Kath? Why didn't you two come home together? Asked his Aunt Belin when she saw Hero coming home alone as she was closing the eatery. She said she would stop by somewhere first, he replied. Besides, Auntie, she doesn't want me to wait for her nor walk home with her. She is afraid someone will see us together and thinks you are a couple. That is not it. He wanted to tell his aunt, but he just kept it to himself. Max had warned him not to get too close to her. Part of him wanted to believe that she just wanted to be alone like any gangster did. But another part of him was saying Max just didn't want to cause him trouble. He knew she is going to meet those guys in the library. He wanted to stop her, but what good would it bring for him? She would just be annoyed. Besides, what could he do if he went there with her? He already stopped fighting. He would just become a burden to her. Just like what Vince said last time. Maybe, he answered with a short laugh in order to stop his aunt's prying, but she wasn't convinced. Why don't you two get along, huh, Auntie? I am not the one with the problem. It is your beloved little darling who has an attitude problem and is hard to get along with, he exonerated. Stop bad-mouthing her. she scolded him. Now, get dressed, and let's have dinner. I'll just finish tidying things up here and we'll go to the kitchen right away. "'Kay," he simply answered to cut the argument. There is no point telling his aunt what he thought about Max. To her, Max would always be that sweet little darling named Kath that she used to babysit and she had loved very much. He quickly changed his clothes and went to the kitchen. It is past 6 o'clock when they finished eating, but there is still no sign Max. He urged his aunt to rest ahead, promising her that he'd wait for Max, make sure she eats before she goes up to her room. She ordered before leaving him in the living room, where he decided to study while waiting for Max. "Yeah, sure," he nodded. He looked up at the wall clock again. Max was surely fighting again. He could tell because there was not a day when she came home without cuts or bruises, whether she is early or late. Even if he would reprimand her or stop her, she would not listen to him. He would rather just wait when she came. Besides, it was not the first time she came home late. Neither was it the first time he had done some cover-ups for her whenever his aunt would ask where she was or why she had not come home yet. And he scolded himself every time he did that, and he didn't really know why he'd been doing that for her. Maybe because she had saved him once. Gratitude. Yeah, right? So much for thinking about Max. He read the books he had borrowed from the library and tried memorizing the trivia written on them. When he got tired of reading, he just copied the rest of them. Moments later, he suddenly heard a crackle from the door. Someone was unlocking the doorknob of the main door. Max then entered and was shocked to see him. "Where have you been? Why are you still awake?" They asked each other, almost simultaneously. "I am still studying." "And you?" he replied. "None of your business," she replied coldly as she was about to get past him after locking the door again. But she suddenly lost her balance and fell. Thanks to his adrenaline rush, he quickly caught her before she landed on the floor. "Hey, are you okay?" he asked her. She did not answer. He was about to lay her down on the sofa when he felt something wet in his hand behind her shoulder. He adjusted his grip on her to see his hand and was shocked to see blood on it. He immediately checked on her. He saw the blood-stained part of her uniform being torn off with some blade, probably a small knife. When he looked closely at her, he saw severe bruises on her face and both arms. His mouth tightened and his fist clenched upon seeing how badly shaped she looked. He suddenly remembered Dana. How horrible those guys had been to do such a thing to a woman. Rage surged up his heart and he felt a sting in his eyes. "Hero." He was snapped back to his senses when he heard her softly whisper his name. "Just stay still. Don't move," he ordered before leaving her shortly to get a basin of warm water and a clean face towel. He also grabbed the medicine kit from the cabinet. Being injured and had several cuts more than 100 times, he had become an expert in treating himself so as not to go to the hospital anymore. He was thankful she behaved herself while he treated her, so he was successful in stitching her wound. Still, her body was so weak. It is a miracle she was able to get home. "I am okay," she said, barely conscious and struggling to stand up. He could not bear it anymore. He picked her up and carried her to his room. He took off her shoes and socks before carefully laying her down on his bed. He supported her shoulder so that she would not cry out in pain. She tried to protest, but he rebuked her. "Sish. I won't do anything to you. Just get some rest." "Hero. Hero, what is that noise?" He heard his aunt called. He immediately went out and left Max inside for a moment. He saw Belen coming out of her room. "Oh, Auntie. It is nothing. I just dropped my belongings while putting them away," he replied with a short laugh. "Has Max arrived yet?" "Yes. She already went up to her room," he lied. "That is good to hear. Turn off the other lights and go to sleep." "Yes, you too." He picked up his belongings from the table. He waited for her to enter her room before he going to his. Max half sitting half lying, leaning her back on the headboard back and was looking at him. "How are you feeling?" he asked. "I am hungry," she said softly. "Okay. Wait here." He put his things on the study table and went out again to go to the kitchen. He took the food prepared on the table for Max and brought it to his room. "Here, eat this. It is not hot anymore, but it is still delicious." "Thank you," was her weak reply. She began digging in but had a hard time holding the cutlery. His forehead creased as he was watching her. It was an annoying sight, and pathetic as well. He had no choice but to feed her. When she was full, he put away the dishes and put them back in the kitchen. When he entered his room again, he was already asleep. He sighed with relief. 12:30 a.m. That is the time on his phone screen. It is way too late, and he is already really sleepy. He grabbed a comforter and lay it on the floor, followed by extra pillows and a blanket. He felt nostalgic as he lay flat on his back in that soft fabric. "It has been a while," he said to himself. He checked up on Max once more, before going to a deep slumber. "Hero, hero, wake up, Dana." He woke up from his own scream, as he felt a weak hand shaking his shoulder. He suddenly turned to see Max looking over him. "Are you all right?" she asked, looking worried. "Why, yes. Do you need anything? I was awakened by your noise. I thought you were having a nightmare. I am sorry. How are you feeling? I am getting cold. Can I turn off the aircon?" His brows met. There was no aircon in that room, only a ceiling fan. And it is not that cold for him. He looked at her again in disbelief, but was shocked to see her trembling in cold. He immediately got up and turned off the ceiling fan. When he touched her forehead, she was having a high fever. And that explained it all. "Wait. I'll bring you a medicine," he said. "Don't." She stopped him. "Just stay here." He took his blanket and wrapped it around her. "Is it still cold?" She just nodded. "Please sleep here, beside me." He was hesitant. Yet he did not complain. He lay down on the bed next to her. He was still drowsy and wanted to sleep again, but he could not leave her that way. He did not want to wake his Aunt Belen up either. "It is cold." He began to panic as he did not know what to do. Confused, he hugged Max to comfort her. She squeezed herself so that his body was wrapping hers. His heartbeat went wild. Even with a blanket in between them, that did not stop him from feeling the warmth of her body, and that made him feel delirious, more delirious than Max. "Hey, Hero." Hero was awakened when Belen hit him with a pillow. He moaned lazily. "Get up now. It is past 7 o'clock. You'll be late for class," she told him. He suddenly rose and turned around when he remembered Max next to him. But there was not even her shadow. "Where is Max?" She left first. In fact, she was the one who went to the market. "She told me not to wake you up just yet because you were up late studying last night. But now, you'll be late. Hurry up." He quickly got up and went to the bathroom to take a shower. After a while, he got dressed and ate a little before leaving. He was forced to ride a tricycle to Cassie Sue, just on time. Their advisor came just a few seconds after he arrived. He sat quietly next to Max, who was sitting quietly in his old seat near the window, and did not seem to notice his arrival. "Are you okay?" he asked her. She just nodded, but still didn't look at him. He did not know if she was embarrassed at what happened last night, or if she was angry with him. Lunch break came and Max still did not talk to him. She didn't say a word. He didn't want to annoy her, so he just set it aside for the meantime. "Hero, do you know?" Darwin asked as they were eating in the cafeteria. He did not know when it started, but Darwin's group had recently become friendly to him that they even ate lunch together at the same table. He looked at him. "What?" Max fought yesterday with Alpha Gamma Omega. Darwin replied in a hushed voice. They ganged up with a single woman? He asked softly, but deep inside he was burning with rage, especially when he remembered Max's appearance the night before. Oh, what happened to you? Greg commented. Your fist is clenched. Don't tell us you are concerned about Max. He pulled himself together. Why, of course, she is our classmate. Besides, she once saved me from you, so I kind of feel responsible for her. Oh, come on. You obviously like her, don't you? It is written all over your face, Darwin replied again. Of course not. How can I like someone like her, a woman who is more masculine than me? I don't think she ever likes a guy. Is that so? He immediately stiffened when he heard Max's cold voice from behind him. He felt his hair on his nape rising. Ah, hero. We'll go back first. Darwin said goodbye to him and immediately stood up in fear. His colleagues followed suit. All right, Max. We'll leave you first, Sean said as he caught up with them. Hero was left there unable to move or look at Max. He swallowed his own saliva several times. She sat across from him and laid down her food tray. Some guys are looking for you outside. Your friends, she told him. Really? All right, thank you. I'll leave you first, he replied and hurried away. He immediately went to the entrance gate and was surprised to see Miggy and Lance waiting for him. Surprise! The two yelled in unison. What are you doing here? He asked. We have already asked permission from our parents. We will enroll here at CASU next sem, Lance said happily. What? What do you mean, what? Aren't you happy? The three of us will be together again, Miggy asked. It is not like that. It is just that. He wanted to live a different life far from his former life. But with these two around, he couldn't be sure they wouldn't get into trouble, especially when they met Max. Hey, hero. Promise. We won't bother you here. We'll be good boys like you, Lance promised, raising his right hand. Miggy did the same. You still have to take the entrance exam, though. That is not going to be easy, he said. That is why we came here early so you can help us review. Auntie Belen already agreed for us to work in her eatery before the start of the second sem, said Miggy again. Huh? You heard it, right. We rented a room in a boarding house nearby. That means we will often meet and be together, Lance seconded. He secretly shook his head in disbelief. He wanted to regret why he befriended these idiots. I need to go back inside. I'll see you later. And don't just go wandering around. Gangsters are everywhere in this area, he warned them. Yes, we heard. All right, take care, Miggy added. He left them and returned to the cafeteria where he left his lunchbox in a hurry to leave Max. He was surprised to see that she was still there and had not finished eating. Why haven't you? Where is my lunch? He asked, seeing his lunchbox being emptied. I ate it. I thought you would never come back. I don't want to waste Nanny Belen's cooking. She replied as if it wasn't a big deal. He sat across from her with a scowl on his face. He was about to speak when she threatened him. Try to make a scene here and I promise I will break your face. Her voice was soft but dangerously firm. But he is not scared at all. Really, huh? After what I did to you last night, you are treating me like this, he reproached. She raised an eyebrow. Are you blaming me? It is not like that. What do you want to eat? I'll just buy you so you don't have to complain, she asked, annoyed. He stared at her. A smile flashed on his lips when suddenly an idea came to his mind. I want steak. I want to experience eating steak in a fancy restaurant. So, you are getting tired of Nanny Belen's cooking? Of course not. I just want to taste expensive food, that is it. Fine. I'll treat you to dinner after class. Happy now, she promised. His eyes twinkled. You sure? She rolled her eyes before standing up. Time for class. Okay. Class. As I've promised yesterday, we will have a quiz today to determine the top 5 who will participate in the Science Quiz B. Don't worry. These are just easy questions, said their science teacher, Mrs. Tuazon. I'll distribute the test papers. Get one and pass. Dinner would be better if I get to the top 5. Max glanced at Hero from the corner of her eyes. She saw his desire to participate in the Quiz B. She suddenly thought of something. Start! The teacher signaled. The room went quiet for some time. She answered her test paper as correctly as she could. 5 minutes! Shouted Mrs. Tuazon. When the class period was almost over, Max saw that Hero was having a hard time answering. And he was still halfway there. Ballpens up. Pass your test papers forward. Give me yours. Max ordered Hero. He looked at her in confusion, but still did what she asked. She checked his answers. Almost all of them were wrong. Your paper does not have a name on it, she said as she handed him her test paper with no name. Huh? Hero's forehead wrinkled. Mr. Gaston? Miss Majers. What is that? Nothing, ma'am. I just told Hero that his test paper has no name, she replied while placing her bag on the armchair to secretly cover his test paper. Oh, don't forget to write your names. How can we know the top 5 without your names? Said the teacher. Hero hesitantly wrote his name on the test paper she gave. Pass it on, she ordered him. All right. I will announce the winners tomorrow. That is all for today, Mrs. Tuazon said, before bidding goodbye. Her classmates sighed, almost at the same time. At last. It is over, said Gretchen, Lisa's seatmate. I am glad too, the latter replied. I heard they've got big prizes for the winners. Really? Apart from the medals, there is also a cash prize. As I recall, it is 5,000 at the year level, then 10,000 at the department level, and 15,000 at the campus tournament. Is that true? Hero quickly squealed at them. The two frowned as they turned to him. Of course, that is why. I really did my best, Lisa answered. My BS math friend said they went to Boracay last year with the money they won. Wow, he exclaimed. You seem so excited. Do you think you got in? Darwin laughed mockingly. I see nothing wrong with that. Why, aren't you excited? I am not interested in that. I also can't use that to handle our business in the future, he replied arrogantly. If you can't get into a simple quiz B, do you think you've got what it takes in handling your business? She interfered. Hey, Max. You are already crossing the line, he complained. Why? Did I hit the bullseye? She replied coldly while staring sharply at him. He did not answer, and just shook his head. After some time, her cell phone suddenly vibrated. When she looked at it, Cedric's name was on the screen. She stood up and went out before answering him. I am in my class. What do you need? She asked in a low voice. I've got a tip from someone that Liam was in Casa de Oro. He replied directly. What did you say? She asked as if she misheard what he said, but Cedric did not repeat what he said. I just called to warn you. Keep your distance from Hero. I don't want you to get involved in their mess again. He won't touch him. I won't let him. Max, you know Liam. I know him. That is why I will not allow him to mess up Hero's life again. Are you really that concerned about that man? I am just taking responsibility for what you did to him. That is not fair. I know you can't do that. So let me just do it. He heard him sigh deeply. You take care, okay? I will. Bye. The class for the next subject was about to start when Max returned to her seat. She was just silent the whole period, but deep inside she is brooding over what Cedric had said. Her thoughts were filled with catastrophic scenes if ever Hero and Liam would meet each other again here. Incoxu bloody fights were not new to her, but it scared her to even think what one of them would do with the other. Max, are you okay? Hero's whisper interrupted her thoughts and snapped her back to her senses. Only then did she realize that the class was already over, and it is time to go home. Come on. I am hungry. Where are you going? Lisa asked curiously. Well, I am going home, Hero replied quickly. Are you going home together? Are you, too, dating? Brenda butt in. She raised an eyebrow at her. Are you jealous, Brenda? She asked directly. The girl was caught off guard by her question and fell silent for a moment. Some of their classmates were also stunned. Max did not wait for Brenda's answer. Well, I tell you, you have nothing to worry about. He is not interested in me, so clean up that filthy mind of yours. She grabbed her bag in and head out first. Hero immediately followed her. Hey, wait for me. She stopped at the corridor and faced him with an irritated, stern look. I told you. Do not talk to me casually here at school as if we are close. I do not want to involve myself with you or anyone else. And I am even more annoyed to hear issues like that. If you want to talk to me, do it openly at home. Not here nor anywhere else. She gave every word enough emphasis to make sure he understood her point, but he seemed unaffected. I am sorry, okay? Don't get too worked up, he soothed her. She heaved a sigh. He is doing it again, making it hard for her to maintain her composure. Fine. Let's meet at the Casa de Steakhouse. I assume you know where that is, right? I've reserved a table for 2. Just say my name, Katharina. Okay. She turned her back on him to leave him. She went to the ladies' room first to calm herself and pull herself together before going home to change her clothes. Oh, darling, where is Hero? Belen asked when she noticed Max's arrival. Max kissed her on the cheek before she replied. He said he wanted to eat steak from a fancy restaurant, so I am treating him to dinner at Casa de Steakhouse. Would you like to join us? Wow, it is very kind of you, honey, but I am afraid I will have to decline your offer. I still have a lot of things to do here. Besides, I think it is the best opportunity for both of you to get to know each other and get along. Thanks anyway. Actually, it is not a treat. It is compensation for his lunch that I ate today, and we're not getting along well. Guess we'll never be, she laughed amusingly. Oh, I see, but who knows? Okay. It is getting late. He is probably waiting for me. I just came home to change my clothes and inform you. Is that stain on your shoulder? She looked over her shoulder, holding that part she pointed out, and saw the stain of blood blotting in her uniform. It is her from her wound. Probably the pressure from her bag. Yeah, this, she answered, covering it with her palm. I have to go change. Bring that uniform down with you. I will have to soak it with bleach to remove the stain. No. It is okay. I will do it myself. She hurriedly went upstairs before she could lie any further. She took her uniform off and removed the dressing of her wound to replace it with a new one. She chose a maroon jumpsuit to camouflage the blood color, in case it leaked through the dressing again. Sorry. I am late. What took you so long? Hero complained when she arrived at the restaurant. I am starving, you know. Thought you'd never come. I was about to. He stopped when he looked up at her and saw how gorgeous she was in that dress. Or maybe he is just caught off guard seeing her in a non-gangster attire. She felt her cheeks burning red, so she immediately rebuked him as she sat across from him. Who told you to wait for me? You could have ordered already and eat first, and be imprisoned because I could not pay. No thanks. My family owns this restaurant. Everything you eat is already paid for. Wow. That is big news. he said with a mixture of amazement and sarcasm. She is starting to get irritated again. She didn't know he was this annoyingly noisy way back then, or that he had this side of him that used to be hers. What? He asked, when he realized she was just staring at him. Just stop talking, will you? She said in a soft, threatening voice. Still, he wasn't affected. Well, of course, she already saw that coming. He is Hero, the mighty red-haired Morson's gang leader. Even if he had stopped fighting, that didn't mean he'd be intimidated by some gangsters. Not to mention a girl like her. You know what? I think you should loosen up sometimes. Every time you talk to me, it is as if you held some grudge against me or something. It is kind of makes me wonder if we have ever met before and I offended you or something. As he was still talking, she waved at the waiter and beckoned him. A male servant in his early 30s wearing a black tuxedo came hither. Good evening, Miss Megers. Mr. Gaston. May I take your order now? He greeted. Hero stopped talking. One serving of each steak dish on the menu, a platter of rice and a glass of red wine. She replied immediately without looking at the menu. Oh, and 2 bottles of soft drinks for him. Thank you. My pleasure. 1 serve of every steak dish, a glass of red wine, and 2 bottles of soft drink. Make that 2, Hero interrupted. Max and the waiter looked at him. I mean the red wine. I also want a glass of it. Certainly, sir. The waiter wrote something on his notepad before reiterating their orders. All steaks, 2 red wine, and 2 soft drinks. Anything else I have missed or any more you want to add? No, that is all, she answered quickly. Okay. Coming right up. Wow. Are you serious? Hero shook his head in disbelief, especially when several waiters started coming up and placing the dishes on their table. Just consider it as compensation for all the troubles you went through last night because of me. Oh, he teased. She shot him with a warning look. Another tease and I will leave you alone here. You really can't take jokes, can you? I don't have time for jokes, you know. Sometimes you also need to laugh, to smile, just so you feel better. It will take the burden off your shoulder. If you drown yourself in anger, it will only eat you up. Is that what you learned from everything that happened in your life? His face became serious. Darkness has once enveloped my heart. It was full of anger and hatred. So many times I have wanted revenge. So many times I almost died because of what I was doing in my life. And I really wanted to. But something was always holding me back. Something was telling me that I have to move on, to live my life and start over. Anger and hatred only created a heavy burden on my chest. And I wasn't happy at all. So, you just chose to forget everything. It is not easy to forget the bad things that have happened to you. But if you continue to be enslaved in the past, you will not be able to move on. I chose to move on. I tried to accept that there is a reason for everything. I just chose to change my life and start again. Good for you. You are lucky to have Nanny Bellin who loves you and your friends who are still loyal to you. Why? Auntie loves you too. She is always worried about you. She told me to just understand you because you might just be sad. Point 1 after all. Your parents are always busy. She said that? Yup. And because I am a good person, even if you hate me, I volunteer myself to be your friend. She just looked at him as mixed emotions washed over her heart again, and thoughts of the past came rushing in. What if, just what if, she dared to make friends with him then? Just before Dana came into his life, would everything have gone all right? Wouldn't they suffer all those turmoil in their lives? Might be. Everything could have been better. Or could be worse. She was aware that Liam liked her and hated Hero. It would infuriate him if he saw them together. All the more, Cedric would never allow her to date his mortal enemy. Even her parents would think Hero was not suitable for her, even as a friend. Either way, the world still opposed of them together, and their lives would still be chaotic. The only difference was that they got each other's back and were fighting for each other. Hey! Snap out of it! Hero interrupted her thoughts as he snapped his fingers in front of her. Let's eat, shall we? Good morning! Miggy and Lance greeted gleefully in unison when they arrived at Bellen's cafeteria. It was still 5:45 in the morning, and Hero was carrying a tray of fried eggs when he turned to see them. What are you doing here? It is still early, he asked in astonishment as he arranged the tray in the display counter. Didn't we tell you? Your aunt agreed to let us work here before the second sem, Lance replied. Isn't it right, Auntie? Miggy asked his approaching aunt who was carrying another tray of viands. Bellen put the tray next to his before she replied. Yes. I thought you and Max needed more time to focus on your studies, so these friends of yours should come in handy. All right. Come on, you two, help us here. We'll be opening soon, he said. They entered the cafeteria and went straight to the kitchen, where Bellen was still cooking. By the way, who is Max? Lance asked in curiosity. The daughter of this, Hero answered as he joined them. The girl you've talked to at school before. That beautiful but snobbish, fierce-looking girl. Miggy's tone raised a notch that Hero immediately hit him with his elbow and gestured to tone his voice down. Ah, trust me, you don't want to anger that tigress, he warned them. As he carried a pot of cooked food to the cafeteria, his two friends just looked at each other, but said nothing. Each of them carried a pot and brought it to the cafeteria too. Wow! Max's house is really beautiful, isn't it? Miggy exclaimed when he came back and peeked into the living room. Oh, please don't wander inside, Bellen reminded them as she was slicing some vegetables. I don't want her parents to think I am letting just anybody in their house. Don't worry, Auntie. We won't step beyond the kitchen, Lance promised. Miggy also agreed. When Bellen finished cooking her menu for the day, the three of them helped in cleaning the kitchen before proceeding to the eatery. Customers started coming in and the tables were soon packed with people. Miggy and Lance performed their jobs so well that Hero could no longer see the old gangsters in them too. Hero, why aren't you getting ready for school yet? Don't you have class today? Belen asked about 7 o'clock. Max and I only have afternoon class today, he replied. Oh, I see. That explains why she hasn't come down yet. Auntie. Can we borrow Hero after the breakfast rush? We want him to help us with the Kazu entrance exam, Miggy asked. All right. No problem. You are good to go around 8 o'clock. Thank you very much. The two answered in unison again. At 8 o'clock, Hero joined his two friends in their room at the adjacent boarding house. That was the first time he saw the interior of that establishment. Why are you asking me to teach you? Our exam is for senior high school students. That is different from college exams, he complained to them. You are right, Miggy agreed as he patted his forehead in realization. What about Max? Her family looks influential. They could have bought some reviewers for her to get into KASU. She didn't need one, he defended. She is an intelligent person and her uncle is a DSA director. They're a family of brainy people. There you have it. You can ask her to help us, Miggy exclaimed excitedly. Me? No. She doesn't like me talking to her casually. So it is a big fat number. Are you that scared of her? You know, I am not scared of anybody. I just don't want to. Look, bro, you were able to tame Dana before. You were also cat and dog back then, so I see no diff. Miggy stopped in the middle of his sentence, abruptly covered his mouth upon realizing that he crossed the line. Oops, sorry, I didn't mean to. It is okay, he answered quickly, and it is true. She sometimes reminds me of Dana and my old self. But there is nothing wrong with trying, is there? Lance replied. Don't you want us to pass so we could go to the same school together again, dude? We're serious. We know you've changed. We want to, as well, Miggy convinced him. He saw the sincerity in their faces and couldn't just ignore it. So, as his conscience dictated, he gathered up his courage and went upstairs to Max's room. It is almost lunchtime, and she still had not come down. He heaved a sigh before knocking softly. It is not locked, Nanny. She yelled in a sweet, gentle voice that he had not heard from her before. That sweet little darling his aunt had been talking about. He coughed before he spoke. It is me. Can I come in? He heard footsteps towards him. Suddenly the door opened. What do you want? She asked, her voice now as cold as ice and her gaze as sharp as a knife. There is really nothing wrong to try. And he already expected her to reject him. All he had to do was to get it over with and report back to his friends. He swallowed his own saliva to clear his throat first. My friends asked me to ask you if you have some reviewers for the college entrance test of CASU. They want to enroll next sem, so she opened the door wide and let him in. He was hesitant, but still stepped in before she changed her mind. He was just standing there watching her search on her bookshelf. While she was busy, his sight caught a piece of paper falling on the floor. He picked it up to return it to her study table, but his eyes widened when he recognized it. What is the meaning of this? Max turned to him. He raised the paper in front of her. Why do you have my science test paper? She immediately withdrew it from him. Don't just pick up someone's belongings. My name is there. And I know my penmanship, so I am sure that is mine. You know what? You better go back to your friends, she suggested, handing some reviewers to him forcefully. Those are my uncles, so take care of them. He wasn't able to say another word until she drove him out and closed the door. Jian, are you excited to know who are the top 5 in our quiz yesterday and will be our representatives for the science quiz bee? Mrs. Tuazon's enthusiasm was as high as the afternoon sunshine when she entered the room, but Max was not in the mood to join in with the excitement. She was still annoyed with Hero and even more with herself. If only she had thrown away his test paper, then he would never have to see it again. Lindsay Torres, called the teacher. Yes. Lindsay came forward as Mrs. Tuazon called the rest of the names for the top 5. Manuel Suarez, Brenda Guerrero, Darwin Echevez. Whoa. Look at that, Darwin boasted as he glanced at her. She just raised an eyebrow at him. Hercules, Ronald Gaston. The class fell silent. Hero, Gaston, the teacher called again. Hero. Everyone looked around and was surprised to find out that Hero was still not around. Only then did Max notice that he had not yet arrived. Do any of you know where Hero is? Asked Mrs. Tuazon. Max, you are next to him. Do you know anything? Nope, she shrugged. Moments later, Hero came rushing in. Oh, Mr. Gaston. Where have you been? I am sorry, ma'am. I didn't notice the time. I was helping my aunt out in our cafeteria, Hero explained. I see. Well, come over here. Why? He asked in astonishment as he walked forward. You are one of the top 5 in our quiz bee yesterday. The 5 of you will be our representatives for the upcoming science quiz bee. I will be your coach, and we will take some time for the review. I am expecting your full commitment. Is that okay with you? Yes, ma'am. 5 answered in chorus. But Hero's answer was not as enthusiastic as his 4 classmates, especially when he looked at Max. Miss Megers. The teacher called her after everybody had settled down. Yes? Can you accompany me to my office? Of course, ma'am, she replied, ignoring the curious stare of her classmates. You guys, stay quiet. When the bell rings, you can go out for your next subject. Mrs. Tuazon instructed the class before leaving. Max followed her. Miss Midgers, about your test paper. What about it? I am not sure where I lost it, but I haven't recorded your score. In that case, I need you to retake the test, however. Whatever your score will be, you will not be able to join the top 5 to represent for the Science Quiz B. The deadline for submission of the list was this morning, and I passed your classmates' names. No problem. She interrupted. I am so sorry about it, Max. I know it is not fair for you. No, it is fine. I don't have any intentions to join anyway. Oh, okay. Mrs. Tuazon handed her a test paper and a ballpen. Her teacher pointed to the vacant table that she could use. Just as she was writing her name, Hero suddenly arrived. What are you doing here? She asked firmly, piercing him with a deadly stare. Mr. Gaston, is there a problem? Mrs. Tuazon asked. No, ma'am, she answered quickly. He just came here to return something to me. He is leaving anyway. She quickly grabbed his arm and dragged him out. What do you think you are doing? I am setting things right, he answered before, withdrawing his arm and getting past her, going straight to their teacher. Ma'am, you need to know something. What is it? The teacher asked. Max was getting impatient. Hero, will you go out while your face is still intact, or will you choose not to go out of here alive? Instead of getting scared, he confronted her. You can get angry all you want, but I won't accept this. These are not my answers and not my real score. Wait. What are you two talking about? Interfered their teacher. Max switched our test papers yesterday, Hero replied, looking at her. His eyes met with her fiery gaze. What? It is her test paper that I submitted yesterday. I wrote my name on it, thinking it was mine because she told me so. Max just stayed silent, her fist clenched in annoyance and embarrassment, as Hero did his confession in front of Mrs. Tuazon. Is this true, Max? But why would you do that? The teacher asked her. That is true, she replied in a soft but unapologetic voice without taking her eyes off of him. I just did both of us a favor. I knew my score will be in the top 5, but I don't want to join the quiz bee, and here is someone so desperate to join. So I gave him my test paper. Are you saying I can't get into the top 5 if I pass my own test paper? Hero but, in feeling insulted. Why? Did you study? How can I study? You know I took care of you and watched over you all night. That is why I am taking responsibility. I don't want to owe you any more. Wait, interrupted their teacher again, pacifying their fiery argument. So, Mr. Gaston, you did not get to study because you took care of Miss Midgers all night the other night. And you, Miss Midgers, felt responsible, so you gave him your test paper to make sure he can enter the top 5. Am I getting it, right? They nodded simultaneously. I get both of your points, but the means don't justify the ends, Miss Midgers. What you did was still wrong. That was still cheating. Worst, you insulted Hero's capabilities. Mrs. Tuazon, if you want to punish me, just do it. I will take responsibility for my actions, but I will not join the quiz bee no matter what, she said impatiently. You will not participate in the quiz bee, but you will become part of the team. She scowled her face. What? You will be the assistant mentor of our representatives. You will tutor them until the end of their journey in the science quiz bee. That is my punishment for you. Do it, and I'll completely forget what you've done, if not. Mrs. Tuazon paused but decided not to go on. You don't want the consequence. Just do it. She sighed. Fine, whatever. May I go now? Sure. You can go back to your room. I will have to make some announcements. Annoyed, she went out and left Hero, but he immediately chased after her. Max, wait, he called, restraining her arm. She quickly grabbed her arm. Just leave me alone. He blocked her path so she was forced to stop. Please, let's talk. You want me to apologize to you? Over my dead body, It is me who should apologize to you. She was taken aback by what he said. I am sorry if I got carried away. I should have talked to you first before telling the truth to Mrs. Tuazon. She already knows the truth. What else do you want? Max, please. We were okay last night, weren't we? We're already friends, aren't we? He said, almost begging. How long are you going to make it hard for me? She whispered to herself as she took a deep breath to calm herself. This guy really knew how to push the right button. He is making it hard for her not to melt into his gaze. Only he could tame her like this, and she hated it. If she wouldn't take precautions, she might end up giving in to him in no time. Fine. Consider it quits, she said, with a stern look on her face to hide her true emotions. Hero's smile widened, one that could wash away all her irritation and anger and hatred, and she hated it, but loved it at the same time. Yay! He celebrated and subconsciously put his arm around her. Oops, sorry, he apologized, withdrawing his arm immediately and holding it up to his shoulder. Don't stick around too much, it is annoying, she warned him as they were nearing their classroom. Oh, where have you been, Max? Why did Mrs. Tuazon call you? Darwin asked casually, as if he was some concerned friend. Before any of them could speak, their teacher came in. Their classmates were wondering why she came back, and she told them her reason before they could ask. I forgot to mention that I was chosen as one of the facilitators of the event, so I won't have enough time for your training. That is why I assigned Max to be your assistant mentor. The rest of the class, except Max and Hero, were shocked by the announcement. Darwin was the first to react. What? Why Max? He asked with obvious disapproval. Because she got the highest score? But she didn't want to participate in the competition. So, one of us just got lucky because of Max's withdrawal. You are welcome, Darwin, she said in a humiliating manner. What? His eyes narrowed and his fist was clenched when he looked at her. That is enough. Mrs. Tuazon broke off. You will not join the contest in vain. All top 5 and Max will be exempted from all quizzes before the major exam. Their scores will be the same as the highest score from among those who are not chosen. But for those who will help them during their reviews and training, you will have plus points. The whole class roared in excitement. But Mrs. Tuazon, Brenda complained, interrupting the momentary celebration. Her expression was the same as Darwin's, mixed with jealousy and disgust. I still don't see why you chose Max to be our tutor. What if she just got lucky too? You said so yourself. You just gave easy questions. She crossed her arms firmly across her chest. You know what, Brenda? You don't have to attend the tutorial session that I'll be conducting with the team, she replied, annoyed with her attitude. Just make sure you don't screw up when you come up the stage. Suddenly Brenda's eyes blazed with anger when she looked at her. She was not frightened at all. She returned her gaze with equal anger and disgust, but only for a moment. Since it is already decided, I will set the schedule when and where we will review, she continued, now in a more authoritative tone. If anyone complains, he or she can back out and will be replaced. You heard what Mrs. Tuazon said. If we want to pass, then let's just do it and get it over with. Very well said, Miss Megers. I will be expecting a great fight from this class, Mrs. Tuazon. Well then, I'll leave the rest to you, he said before finally leaving. The whole class got back to what they were previously doing. Max then returned to her seat, which was previously Hero's. Excuse me, Max. Lindsay approached hesitantly. She looked up at her but did not say a word. Can you also tutor me on our lessons in chemistry? I am having a hard time in chemical formulas. I am just at home tomorrow all day. You can come if you want. It is beside Nanny Bellen's eatery. Really? I didn't know your family is the owner of that big boarding house, she asked in a fascinated tone. She gave herself an imaginary facepalm. Not the boarding house. I am referring to the house next to the cafeteria. That house? Isn't it where Hero? You are living together in the same house? Lindsay's voice echoed in the four corners of the room and got their classmates' attention. Almost everyone stopped and looked at them. She wanted to beat her up right there and then as she gave her a dangerous look. But then she realized it was partly her fault. I am sorry, I couldn't control my voice. She saw the fear in Lindsay's eyes as if she is waiting for her turn on death row. Her face grew pale. Is that true, Hero? Darwin asked as he suddenly approached the young man next to her. Hero looked at her hesitantly, as if asking permission whether to confirm it or not. It is true, she replied instead, and I'll be expecting you 5 tomorrow at 9 a.m. Then she turned back to Lindsay. Anything else? Lindsay shook her head and returned to her seat. Do you have any more questions? She asked Darwin coldly. Nope, he replied, and immediately walked away from them. The faint smile on Hero's lips did not escape from her eyes, so she immediately glared at him. The young man smirked and gestured his hand as if zipping his mouth. She rolled her eyes and just sighed. Max woke up at 8 o'clock the next morning. After taking a bath, she went downstairs and straight to the kitchen. Nanny, why haven't you finished cooking yet? Did Hero wake up late? She asked her nanny, who was still cooking in the kitchen. He told me last night that your classmates were coming, so I didn't open the cafeteria. She replied. Why? What about your income and your customers? It is okay. Since you left, we've never had a guest in this house. And what more, they're your classmates. I didn't even wake Hero up early so he can rest. I thought you'll be tired after your activities and even stay up late so. Is he still asleep until now? She interrupted. I think so. I haven't seen him come out yet. She prepared the food for her at the table. Have some breakfast. I'll just finish cooking this dish before I head out. Where are you going? She asked again as he sat down at the table. I am going to the grocery store. Our supplies are running out. Do you want to buy something? Sushi. Did Daddy send you money for the grocery budget? Well, he gave me a membership card from the grocery store I often go to. That is what I use to pay, like a credit card. But what if they don't have what you need to buy? No worries. I can manage. I have my own money. That is not right. Next time, you tell me. I have a budget for groceries. It is okay. I can handle it. But, Nanny, she turned the gas stove off. All right, just eat there. I'll leave you first, okay? And please wake Hero, will you? She said to her. All right. She was about to eat when she thought of waking Hero up so that she won't be bored eating alone. She knocked violently on the door. Hey, lazy cow, wake up! The door opened after a minute or two. What do you want? He complained, still yawning. She immediately turned around when she saw that he is naked. Well, not totally, but with only his lower underwear on, she could still see his whole body, and it is making her uncomfortable. Get dressed, will you? Why do you sleep while wearing only that? Why? It is so hot last night, he reasoned out, not being conscious or anything as if she is just some other guy. Why are you waking me up? We've got no school today. That is why you are getting up late. She faced him again. He now had his shirt on, but still just wearing his brief. She just focused her gaze on his face and tried her best not to look down and get distracted. You know our classmates are coming today, right? Why aren't you preparing yet? They'll come at 9 o'clock. It is only 8. My alarm clock is set at 8:45. Whatever. Get dressed properly and eat with me. Hurry up. She went back to the kitchen and prepared a plate and cutlery for him. She sat there again. But she got impatient when he still didn't come out after a few minutes, so she returned to his room only to find him snoring on his bed. He went back to sleep. Suddenly she felt her blood reached its boiling point. She went to the kitchen and took a glass of cold water. She returned to his room and splashed it on the sleeping young man's face. Hero jumped out of the bed in shock. "What are you doing?" His high-pitched voice was obviously mad. "If you don't come out immediately, I will have boiling oil thrown on your face the next time I enter your room." "Fine." "All right, I am going out," he said, unwillingly picking up his shorts and putting them on in front of her. Then he went out of his room. She followed him to the kitchen. She just stared at him while waiting for him to sit at the dining table. "Are you just gonna stare at me?" "Let's eat," he said. His tone still had a hint of annoyance. They ate quietly. She secretly laughed at what she did, but she could not stand Hero's getting mad with her. "What did you do last night that you seem so tired?" she asked, breaking the silence between them. "I helped Lance and Miggy in their review." He replied without looking at her. "I see." "Sorry." He stopped and looked at her in surprise. "Did you just say sorry? The Might Max is apologizing to me." He teased her, no hint of mockery in his tone. She shot him with her signature fiery look. "I am just kidding. We're good, okay?" he said defensively. She secretly smiled at his behavior. After eating, she went back to her room and printed handouts for her classmates to use. She also prepared books and other needed materials. Just when she was halfway downstairs, some people called from outside. "Definitely they're classmates. I'll get it," Hero volunteered when they met in the living room. Her gaze followed him to the door. "Hey, guys, please proceed to the cafeteria. I'll open it for you." She heard him yell at them before coming back into the house. She just followed him to the cafeteria where he opened the door and windows for them and arranged some tables and chairs for them to use. They looked at each other when they saw not only 4 classmates but their whole class standing in front of the eatery. "Come on in," Hero invited them. "Wow, you do live together," Darwin said in disbelief. "Yes. Actually, I am just a freeloader here," Hero replied. "It is a long story. Don't ask about the details." Lindsay came to her hesitantly. "Max, I am sorry. I didn't know they'll be coming until this morning." "It is fine," she answered. Then she made her voice louder for everyone else to hear. "So if someone from the team backs out, it is easier for us to find a replacement." She took the handouts and handed them to the top 5. "However, I only printed 5 handouts, so the rest of you just have to listen. You can take notes if you want." She let them scan the printouts for a while before speaking again. When she saw that everybody had seated, she then said, "Okay, let's start from the basic." Everybody sat erect and paid attention. "Name the major branches of science." Hero. "Biology." Darwin. "Chemistry." Lindsay. "Astronomy." Manuel. "Pathology." Brenda. "Physics." "All wrong," she declared. The branches of science are divided into 3 major groups, namely formal sciences, natural sciences, and social sciences. You can see that on the first page of the handouts, which I got from Wikipedia. Your answers are branches of one of the 3 major branches, which is natural science. Wow. I just learned that now. Lisa's amazing comment. She secretly snorted. That was just basic. She was taught that even when they were in elementary school, but she could not blame them. Very few are interested in such things, and only a few were as smart as her. She let them settle down before asking again. "Who invented the first telescope?" Brenda raised her hand, but did not wait for her acknowledgement. Galileo Galilei. Wrong, she declared. Read page 6. It is quite a common belief that Italian astronomer Galileo Galilei invented the telescope, but this is not strictly true. The earliest workings towards the design of the refracting telescope were made by German-Dutch lensmaker Hans Lippershey in 1608. So, the answer is Hans Lippershey. Have you memorized all of it? Darwin asked her with a crease on his forehead. Not all, she replied briefly. Okay, next. She asked one question after another. Based on her assessment, many or almost all of them did not know the answer, but she believed they would memorize them, as long as they were eager to learn. The study of plants is called botany, Gwen replied. Good. Good job, Gwen. Their classmates praised. All right, Max. Bring it on. This is getting exciting, Brian exclaimed. She secretly enjoyed the enthusiasm shown by his classmates. Take your break first, Belen said as she entered the cafeteria with a tray of sandwiches. Nanny, let me help you. She immediately came to assist her. Thank you, honey. Let them have some snacks first. Okay. She turned to her classmates. Let's take a 15-minute break. She motioned for Hero to help get the other stuff Belen had prepared inside. He immediately complied and returned with another batch of sandwiches. I'll just get the juice, he said as he went back to the kitchen. Put away the handouts and your notes first, she reminded her classmates. When Hero returned with a jug of juice, she filled each glass with it and placed it on the tray. Here, help yourselves, she called them. Auntie, are you Max's mother? Darwin asked Belen curiously. She wanted to throw the glass at him, but she just restrained herself. Not biologically, no, Belen answered as she looked at her with her motherly stare. I've been with their family for a long time. I've taken care of her since she was a child until they decided to live in Manila. And the rest was history. She gave off a little laugh to conclude her answer. What about Hero? How are they related? Brenda followed up. Hero is my first-degree nephew, my sister's son. He has been living with me since last year. Oh. So he is basically a freelo. Nanny Belen is part of our family. Her family is our family too. Max interrupted before Brenda could finish her statement. Oh. Brenda and other classmates nodded as if they got what she meant. Hero immediately understood what was happening. So he immediately responded to pacify the situation. Auntie, it is time to continue our review, he said, indirectly pulling his aunt out. Sure. I am sorry. I'll leave you now, children. She put away the used glasses and other stuff. I'll be cooking for lunch so you don't have to go home early. Okay, she announced. Yes, answered their classmates enthusiastically. Belen gave them a warm smile before turning her back on them. She sighed, especially when she met Hero's gaze as if telling her to calm down. Are you going out? Hero stopped walking when he heard Max's voice behind him. He turned to face her. Yeah, Lance and Miggy invited me to the fun fair, he replied. It was almost 6 o'clock when their classmates left. Max wanted to end the tutorial earlier, but they asked for an extension as they were enjoying the lessons. He was so tired he felt his brain drain from it. The fair would be the best stress reliever. Do you want to come with us? He asked hesitantly. I got something else to do. Thanks anyway. Okay. I am going first. Good night. Good night. Have fun. He hesitantly waved goodbye before heading out the door. Oh, where is Max? The two immediately asked when he came out. She said she has something else to do. He replied simply. Actually, he didn't have any intention to invite her. He didn't want her to get annoyed with his friends, then get back at him later. What a pity, Lance said with regret. It would be nice to have her with us. Yeah, Miggy agreed. We could have gotten to know her more. On the way to the fair, His friends still talked about Max. Isn't Megers also Cedric's last name? Your mortal enemy? Out of nowhere, Lance suddenly asked. That is just a coincidence. There are a lot of Megers families in the Philippines. Besides, Cedric and her cousin's whole family are in America. That is the last thing he knew before he left for Casa de Oro. Oh, well, she also used to study in Manila, right? Where in Manila? Miggy asked again. I did not ask. Wait, did you just invite me so you can have information about Max? He asked, sensing his friend's unusual curiosity about Max's background. Of course not, Lance replied with a smirk. The fair was filled with dazzling lights in all colors with shapes from the rides. The sound of music and screams mixed together in his ears. The entrance was packed with people, and at least 100 people were lining up before them. Welcome to Casa de Oro Fiesta Fair, said the attendant as she tore their tickets and placed them in the box beside her. Have fun, thank you, they answered when they finally got in. The three of them giggled when they saw how huge the rides were and how vast the whole area was for a small city like Casa de Oro. Which one do we ride first? Miggy asked excitedly. Let's go for roller coaster first, he suggested. The two agreed. Enjoy your ride. The ride technician smiled as he finished locking the harnesses across their bodies. It was a smooth ride at first, like they were just riding a tricycle. But when speed increased at the middle of the winding course, the three of them started screaming and swearing and laughing at each other. Hero had not had so much fun in a very long time. The sudden twists and turns, as well as the ups and downs, all contributed to the thrill, fear, and excitement they were feeling. As of the moment, a satisfying roller coaster ride. Indeed, the 5-minute 3-cycle ride was instantly over before they knew it. As soon as they got out of the fenced area, Miggy suddenly threw up. Hero and Lance just laughed at their friend. What now? Can you still manage? We're riding Conquistador next, Hero teased. You go on without me. I'll just wait for you here. Are you sure? Lance asked, still worried. Yes. I am fine here, Miggy replied as he pushed them away. Hero looked at Lance. Both of them just shrugged and boarded the highest row of seats on the ship. In a few moments, the ship's swinging speed increased. The feeling of rising and falling abruptly in the air made almost all of the passengers cried and screamed like that of an airplane that was going to crash. They went crazy like their lives were about to end. At that very moment, it was only a 5-minute ride, but Hero felt like it was the longest 5 minutes in his life. The ship started to slow down until it came to a stop. His eyes spotted where they left Miggy standing, but could not find him. Where is he? He asked himself as they were lining up for the exit. Maybe he was looking for a comfort room? Let's just wait here, Lance said when they finally got out. They decided to stay put and waited for Miggy to return. 30 minutes had passed and still there was no sign of Miggy. They tried to call him but they could not reach him. Let's find him. Maybe he got lost, Hero suggested. Okay. Let's split up. We'll come back here after 15 minutes, Lance replied. They went around the fair looking for Miggy, but there was no trace of him. It didn't feel right for him. He is beginning to worry that something bad might have happened to him. Have you found him yet? Lance asked as they returned to their meeting place. Number you? Number. As their eyes were scanning the area again, his phone suddenly rang. It was Max. He wondered what she wanted, yet answered her call anyway. I brought your friend at home, she said in her usual cold tone of voice. Miggy? Is he all right? Well, he is still alive if that is what you mean. Just see for yourself. That is all she said before she hung up. Lance looked at him. What happened? Miggy is at home. Max brought him. Is he all right? I am not sure, but I have a bad feeling about it. Tian. Max was bored at home, so he also thought of going to the carnival. Although she did not want to admit it, she regretted not joining Hero. The crowds were overwhelming as she made her way through the entrance. The lights coming from different booths and rides were creating a spectacle of color combination in the cloudy night sky. The noise coming from both the rides and passengers' screams was deafening, yet she let herself tolerate it for that night only. Suddenly, another childhood memory flashed her mind. How she loved Funfair and coming here every year when she was a kid. But she had to do it alone because her parents were so busy with their business. And Cedric would not allow her to join his guy group. She shook her head to shake away those memories. She looked up and roved her sight around, wondering which ride Hero and his friends were in. She finally saw him in Conquistador ride with Lance, while Miggy was on the ground just watching them. She slightly hid in a stall near her so Miggy could not see her. It was entertaining to watch the screaming young men on board that she could help but laughed at them. Her sight caught Miggy's reaction changed as he was looking at somewhere. Or someone. She followed the direction of his gaze and was surprised to see Liam with some guys roaming around, as if looking for someone. She sensed danger, especially when Liam spotted Miggy, before the latter walked away from the scene. She turned around so she would not be recognized, especially when Liam and his companions followed Miggy as they walked past behind her. She looked up at Hero. The two were enjoying the ride that they did not notice their friend was already in danger. She decided to follow the gang and saw two guys were already holding Miggy in both arms. "Hey, Miggy. Tell us where Hero is," said one of Liam's colleagues. "I don't know. We haven't had contact with him since he left Morson's," Miggy lied. "If Hero isn't here, why would you be here? The three of you are known to stick together no matter what," Liam asked, grabbing the neckline of Miggy's shirt. "After what you did to his girlfriend, we never saw him again." "You are the reason why our friend left us," Miggy fired back. Liam was angry at what he said, so he punched the young man in the stomach. When it wasn't enough for him, he slapped him on the face. "I don't have time for your gibberish blabbing. Also, if someone is to blame here, that is your friend. He ruined my life, so I can't forgive him. If you still want to live, tell me where he is." "I told you I didn't know," Miggy moaned. She felt pity for Hero's friend, so she did not hesitate to help him. She rushed forward and kicked Liam hard in the face that sent him rolling at a nearby distance, face down and unconscious. She then made a quick hand knife attack on the men who were holding Miggy, releasing him from their grasp. "Miggy, are you okay?" she asked the badly beaten young man who was barely conscious, giving his face a soft tap to wake him up. "Max, what are you doing here?" he asked in an almost whisper voice. "I'll explain to you later. Let's get out of here first," she said while helping him stand. Miggy walked slowly as she led. They made their way to the fair's exit and immediately hid in the dark corner. "Find them." It was Liam's loud, authoritative voice, angrily ordering his men to look for them. Well, she wasn't surprised at all. A strong guy like Liam would never stay unconscious that long with her average blow. She peeked through where they were hiding and saw his men scattered around. "Are you all right?" he asked Miggy again in a whisper. "Yes, thank you," he answered, also in a whisper. "But what about Hero and Lance?" "They're still inside the fair. I'll call him when we got home." When she made sure they were already safe, she took Miggy inside the waiting taxi and ordered the driver to go to her address. Belen was shocked when she opened the door and saw Miggy's battered appearance. She immediately helped Max lay him down on the sofa and attended to his wounds. "Miggy, what happened?" Hero and Lance came few minutes after she called the former, informing him that she brought his friend home. "It is Liam. He is here in casa. He is looking for you." Fortunately, Max was there to save me. Hero looked at her. She did not change her reaction. "Thank you, Max." "We owe you our friend's life," Lance said. "Don't mention it," she replied briefly. Did Liam recognize you? Hero asked her. I don't think so, she replied. You said you have something else to do. Why did you go out alone? I was bored. What if Liam recognized you? What if he gets back at you? Didn't you realize that? His tone had gone up a notch, with a mixture of anger and concern. So what if he did? I can take care of myself. You don't know how dangerous that man is. She looked at him straight in the eyes. Are you worried I am gonna end up like your girlfriend? Or are you worried you'd break your promise with her and go back to fighting again? His mouth opened, but no words came out of it. Don't concern yourself with me anymore. You are just making it hard on yourself, she said before he could speak another word. Good night, Nanny. Then she turned her back on them and went up to her bed. That was unfair. Don't you think? Hero looked at his aunt. After Max had vanished from their sight, she just saved your friend. The least you could have done was to thank her. She is right, he thought. He shouldn't have scolded her. What he said was not wrong. He is worried about her. It is Liam after all. But how he said those words. Max was obviously upset. I know. I am sorry. I just got carried away, he replied. You tell that to her. I know. I'll talk to her tomorrow. After his aunt finished tending to Miggy, he and Lance took him to their boarding house. Are you sure you are okay, man? He asked, still worried about his friend. I am. Miggy sat down on his deck. Lance sat beside him while Hero sat on the other deck across from them. That guy just won't stop pestering me, Hero said, referring to Liam. He wanted to get revenge for what happened to him after Dana's death. Miggy told him he deserved that. He should have been thankful. I didn't kill him instead. If I have known, Dana wouldn't like that, Lance reminded him. And you broke your promise to her right after she left you. That was my last. It was my farewell gift to Dana and me. His two friends just looked at each other and sighed. What if he finds you? Are you just going to let him beat you up? Miggy asked again. Not really. But I shouldn't fight back. His aunt was about to retire to her room when he came back. She asked him to double-check the house before going to bed. After making sure that everything was secured, he retired to his bed. But he found it hard to sleep. He was supposedly mentally exhausted, yet his mind would always travel back to Max. How would he make up with her? But first, how would he approach her? What if she would ignore him or tell him to leave her alone? What if she wouldn't talk to him anymore? He violently messed up his hair as those questions came rushing like waves in his head. He got up and decided to just tire himself with the quiz bee questions. He took the handouts that Max gave them that morning, his pen and notebook, and some other reviewers. He brought them all to the kitchen table. Then he made himself a cup of coffee. He was drinking when Max suddenly appeared in the kitchen. He was startled and almost burned his throat. What the? Stop popping up like a ghost, will you? You almost gave me a heart attack. Why? Can't I walk in my own house whenever I want? Was her insolent answer with one eyebrow raised. He was embarrassed. I don't mean that, he said softly and went back to his studies. She didn't say another word. He secretly watched her as she went to get a pitcher of cold water from the refrigerator and placed it on the countertop nearby. She then took a glass from the glass holder and filled it with water. Her back was on him, but he could tell she drank 2 glasses of water. That is how thirsty she was. He sighed again and again, as he mustered up the strength to talk to her. If you have something to say, just say it, she said, before returning the pitcher to the refrigerator and facing him. I just want to apologize for what I've said tonight. I know it was awful of me. It is fine. I know you didn't mean it. I understand, she said directly before he could even finish his speech. And She lowered her head as her fingers fiddle on the glass she is holding. Thanks for worrying about me. As your friend, I appreciate that. He looked at her. Her face was as red as an apple, and she couldn't even look at him. He knew that feeling. The embarrassment when you say nice words you don't usually say, and that good feeling you've never felt before. The feeling of being important and cared about. He had been there and done that. You are welcome, replied. And to break the awkward tension between them, he shifted into his jolly mood. He walked to her and offered his hand. So we're cool, right? She looked at his hand before looking at him in his wide smile. Yeah, sure. She answered with a bit of hesitation as she shook his hand, but quickly released it. Good. 'Cause I need you to accompany me here as I am feeling so pumped up to study right now. What? Don't you know how exhausted I am? He held her in both shoulders and led her to the chair beside him before she could finish complaining. Just for a while, okay? Fine. She answered, unwillingly followed by a sigh. He just smiled. He knew it was late yet. He just wanted to make sure they were okay, so he could have his peace of mind. Aside from that, something inside just wanted to be with her. Hey, how do you? His question hung up in the air when, as he turned to ask her, he saw her sleeping already with her head laid over her hand on the table. You really are exhausted, I see, he said softly. He tried to wake her up, but she was not responding. He let her be for a little while as he stared at her. Sleeping soundly like a little child and looking all angelic, you wouldn't believe there is a beast living inside her. After a few minutes, he decided to take her to her bed upstairs. He carried her to his arms in a lover's carry position, holding her ever so gently in order not to wake her up. He stepped on the stairs as silently as he could, so his aunt would not wake up and misinterpret the situation. Jian. Max's head hurt when she suddenly woke up the next morning. Remembering Hero was beside him in the kitchen. The heat from the sun's rays added to her agony, so she covered her eyes with her arm. She scanned her surroundings. Hero was gone, and she was not even in the kitchen. What happened? Was she just dreaming? Did she sleepwalk? She abruptly got up from her bed and went downstairs. She wanted to make sure. Oh, you are up. Good morning, the newly bathed Hero greeted her as he was buttoning his polo shirt, tiny drops of water still dripping from his hair. He just came out of his room, and she was 3 steps away from the floor when she hit the brake on her feet. Why am I? Did you? She couldn't bring herself to say the right words as she was not so sure if it was real or not. I know what you mean. Let's talk about it later. Come on, have some breakfast with us, he said, gesturing her to follow him in the kitchen. Okay. She answered with a satisfied smile. So that was true. She was with him in the kitchen last night. They talked. Then she fell asleep. The princess is awake, fellas. Hero announced to the kitchen, her brows furrowed as she walked to the kitchen. Good morning. She was surprised to see Belen and Hero's friends already sitting at the dining table. Come. Let's have breakfast together, her nanny said to her. She immediately turned her back on her. I'll be right back, she said, and immediately run upstairs. It is not that she didn't want to eat with them or hated it when Hero's friends joined them. She had no complaint about those two. She already knew them. They'd been with Hero for a long time. Her only problem was, she just woke up. She didn't even wash her face or brush her teeth yet. In short, she didn't want them to see her vulnerable side. She immediately washed up, brushed her teeth, changed her clothes, and tied her hair. She took a swift glance at herself in the vanity mirror before coming down again. The 3 young men just looked at each other, but did not say a word. What? She interrogated as her forehead wrinkled in annoyance. Don't mind them. Come now. Her nanny came to her and led her to her seat. Are you going somewhere? She couldn't help but ask in the middle of eating as she noticed how well-dressed the three men were. "We're going to church together," Belen answered for them. Miggy and Lance looked at each other again, pursed their lips, and bowed their heads in embarrassment. She understood the feeling. Hero, on the other hand, was secretly laughing at them. "You don't have to be embarrassed. Auntie already knew all about you too, before you even came here." "I see." "You be careful then," she said and went on with her meal. "You are going with us," Hero declared. It might not be in order, but it was not a question either. It was a statement. She put her spoon and fork down on her plate. "And who told you that?" she asked, glaring at him. He just smirked. "Auntie." She turned to Bullen, adjusting her facial reaction so as not to disrespect her nanny. "I just thought, maybe you want to have family time together. Me, Hero, and these guys. After all, I consider you all as my family," she answered with hesitation. She was stunned. Belen's reply got her tears welling up in the corner of her eye, and her chest suddenly tightened. She felt a mixture of sympathy for her nanny and pity for herself. Sure, I would love to." "Nanny," was her soft reply. The mass would start at 10 a.m. Max still had 30 minutes to prepare. After taking a bath, she opened her wardrobe and examined her clothes. She decided to go with her black floral print long-sleeved knee-length chiffon dress and paired it with a black suede 2-inch block-heeled sandals. She excitedly looked at herself in the human-sized mirror and was very satisfied at how the outfit looked good on her. Or rather, how she looked good on it. But the excitement was replaced with hatred when she saw the old Katharina, sweet, naive, and stupidly in love with Hero. "Do you want to go back to that weak Katharina? Did you forget your rule? Never trust anyone." "No." She violently shook her head. She was about to take the dress off, when suddenly there was a knock on the door. "Are you done yet?" It was Hero's voice. "Nanny asked me to check up on you. We're all ready." "Yeah. I'll be there in a minute," she answered. She had no time to change. She put on her dress and put on a lip tint on both lips and cheeks. Finally, she grabbed her silver chain black purse and put her valuables in. Cell phone, money, and keys. She took one final turn in front of the mirror before heading out. She expected Hero to be waiting for her outside her door, but to her dismay, he wasn't there anymore. She locked her room and was about to walk downstairs when she saw Hero at the last guest room, checking if it is properly locked. He was stunned when he saw her, just as she was expected, just like when they had dinner at a steakhouse. "Wow, look at that," he teased as he walked towards her. "A true-blood Medjir's princess." She gave him a dirty look. "Do you really want to start with me now?" He laughed. "Chill. It is a compliment. That looks good on you. You look so beautiful." She felt her cheeks burning hot at the way he said those words. It brought chills up her spine with tiny sparks of alien sensations. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled to calm herself. "Well, you don't look so bad yourself." She returned the compliment. "I know. I kinda rock it," he boasted, which was true. He looked more handsome and elegant with his slicked back hair and newly shaved beard and mustache. "Yeah, right," she said plainly. "Shall we?" he asked, as he offered his elbow to her as if he were her escort in a ball. "Sure." She nodded before holding on to him. As soon as her foot hit the stairs, her mind traveled far and wide with the mad she was holding on to. She imagined herself as a real princess escorted by her Prince Charming on her debut, as they went down the long and wide stairs of the palace. The guests were waiting for them in that grand ballroom, filled with different colored lights and decors. The sweet mellow music started to play in the background, and the people started to dance with their partners. "Max, Max." Hero's whisper and soft tap on the shoulder brought her back to reality. She was kneeling on the hassock and didn't realize she fell asleep. She even forgot how they left the house and how they arrived in the church. She embarrassedly stood from her position. Without warning, Hiro caught her left hand and held it up. Her heart skipped a beat as he looked at him. He was facing forward, eyes closed, as he was singing the Our Father song. She was embarrassed again. Sitting at the end of the bench, she had no one to hold with her right hand, so she just raised it with her palm opened up, closed her eyes and started singing along. But the pounding of her chest intensified when she felt his thumb caressing the back of her palm. She clasped her palm on him, his grip on her hand tightened. She opened her eyes to look at him, and secretly smiled. Ehem, Miggy suddenly coughed. Only then did Hiro release her hand. She turned away from him in embarrassment. A few minutes later the mass was over before they knew it. Nanny, where do you want to eat? She asked Belen when they reached the exit gate of the church. I want to eat plates of seafood, Hiro said. Let's go to a Korean restaurant. Miggy replied, I think. Am I asking you? She cut them off. Lance didn't finish what he is about to say as Hiro, and Miggy shut their mouths and looked away. Pretending to be unaffected. Look who is here. Didn't expect we would meet here of all places. They all turned to see the owner of that familiarly arrogant voice. She was stunned to see Liam. I did not know that demons also go to church. Lance whispered to himself, but he wasn't soft enough that they could still hear him. One of Liam's men reacted to what Lance said. Yet Liam was able to stop him from making a scene. She did not like what was happening. So she had to do something to ease the situation. Liam, what a surprise. She greeted the young man with her sweet Kath smile. It is nice to see you again. Liam was shocked to recognize her. Kath, what are you doing here with these guys? He asked in a dangerous voice. The three young men looked at each other before looking at her. She did not let them speak. She looked at Liam straight in the eyes, warning and begging him not to reveal her real identity. You remember Nanny Belen, right? She held Belen's hand and brought her forward. She took care of me when I was young while we're living here in Casa. She has been the caretaker of the house since we left. Liam looked at her before, looking at Belen and giving her an awkward smile. Nice to see you again, Nanny. Nanny. This is Liam, CJ's best friend. Remember him? He used to come to our house and visit CJ, she told Belen. Ah, yes. I remember you, Belen replied, delighted. You are now all grown up yet still handsome. Liam smiled at the compliment, and Max knew it was a real one. Despite his indifference, she knew he had a soft spot for her nanny Belen. She had been their second mother way back then. Thank you, Nanny. You didn't seem to age yourself. You still looked the way I remembered you when we were kids. He returned the compliment. However, that smile was only there for a moment because he still had his sharp look at Hiro. This is his nephew. Hiro, his friends Lance and Miggy, she continued. What? He asked in disbelief. She didn't answer him. She turned to Belen instead. Nanny, I think you should go home first. We'll just eat out some other time. Liam and I will just have some catching up to do, she said, indirectly driving them away. All right. Be careful in going home. Liam, take care of Kath for me, will you? Belen requested. I will, Nanny. Be careful, Liam replied. They waited for them to get into a taxi and leave. Liam instructed his minions not to follow them as they went to a convenience store across the street. There were vacant seats inside, so they sat and talked. Really, Kath? Did you follow that man all the way here? Are you that crazy about him? Liam started. She wanted to slap him, but that would be lame, so she just kept herself calm. Is that what you think I am? She asked coldly. Then, why are you together? Why are you here? And why is he here at Casa de Oro? I did not know that he was here and that he was living with his aunt, which is my nanny. What do you want me to do? drive him away. Besides, I don't even have an obligation to explain everything to you. It is you who has a lot of explaining to do. I suffered a lot because of what you did. My life, my dreams, and my future have all been ruined because of that terrible thing that you did. If you've just kept your mouth shut, you will not suffer like that. Problem is, you stick your nose to whatever business and trouble he is involved with, because he did not do anything wrong. He once saved my life, but instead of thanking him, you got angry with him. You even got his poor girlfriend killed. I didn't kill his sweetheart, he said, firmly with a heavy emphasis on each word. He did it himself. When she realized their conversation wasn't going anywhere, she immediately got up from her seat. Kath, I am warning you, Liam said in a serious tone. Stay away from him. I should say the same to you, Liam. Don't touch him, she replied, staring straight into his eyes. And one more thing, nobody calls me Kath in casa. My name is Max, she added before leaving him there. What? A small world. Hero didn't know if Miggy was only kidding, but he didn't find it funny at all. He had been morose and silent since they hesitantly left Max with Liam. However, remembering how confident she was the other night that Liam would never hurt her, somehow assured him. But the thing is, he felt betrayed. Her not telling him about Liam. You, guys, how did you meet Liam? And why do you seem to hate each other that much? Belen asked them as soon as they entered the house. He is one of our rivals in Manila. That person is annoyingly arrogant, acting like he is the leader of their group, Lance replied. Is that all there is to it? She said, shaking her head. The three of them just looked at each other. That is right. She didn't know the whole story of why he had to leave school and stay with her. He caused Dana's death, he said lifelessly. Belen was silenced. He kidnapped Dana to get me, and that caused the gang fight that took Dana's life, and can never forgive him because of that. That is probably what they're talking about right now. He must be brainwashing Max, Miggy said. I am not as narrow-minded as you think I am. They all turned their heads and saw Max standing at the doorway. Max, are you okay? Belen asked her as her nanny came to her. I am okay, Nanny. Liam would never hurt me, Max replied. I'll go get changed, she said before turning her back on them. Hero's two friends decided to go home first and get changed as well. Belen did the same before heading to the kitchen. When they disappeared from his sight, Hero climbed upstairs and went to Max's room. What are you doing here? Max asked in shock as she abruptly got up when he entered the unlocked door without permission. She had not changed her clothes yet. He closed the door behind him. We need to talk. I know you are not telling me everything, he said in a serious tone. The fear in Max's eyes seemed so real, as if he would really attack her. Is it about Liam? About what happened last night? She managed to ask, still hiding the unusual fear behind her irritated tone. What is he to you? Why didn't you tell me right away that you knew him? Liam and I are just childhood friends. He has got a bad temper. I am not even surprised to know he picked a fight with you too. Did he know you saved Miggy last night? He already knows I am Max. What are you upset about? She asked, trying to turn the table on him. I don't trust that person. Even if the two of you are childhood friends, I do not want you to approach him or entertain him when he approaches you, she chuckled. Seriously, Max, can you take me seriously and listen to me just this once? I don't want you to get involved in our fight. That is not going to happen, even if I grant your request. As long as we are together in the same house and the same class, I will always be involved in your fight. Liam has always been overprotective of me. He does not want another man getting close to me. He did not answer. He just stared at her. Are you jealous? He knew she was just teasing him, but he was still caught off guard. Especially when she smiled mischievously in front of him. "Of course not," he answered immediately in defense. Her look was saying she didn't believe him. Even he himself did not fully believe what he said, but he didn't give it much thought. "Just stay away from him," he warned before he left. The next day. "Hey, what is the commotion all about?" Max asked one of the female students. She had just arrived on campus and was in the lobby heading to their classroom when she saw them rushing out of their classrooms as if some celebrity had arrived in their school. "They said there is a new transferee who is very handsome and rich," the student excitedly replied, her face scowled. She had a bad feeling about it. She was about to go to where the crowd was when she saw Hiro walking towards her and staring at her. She immediately withdrew her gaze and shifted to the direction of an expensive-looking car turning to the parking space, attracting the attention of almost everyone on the campus. Even from her distance, she immediately recognized Liam's car. The crease on her forehead deepened as her childhood friend came out of the car in an annoyingly slow motion as he removed his dark shades like some K-pop idol arriving at a red carpet show. "That jerk," she said under her breath. "Where are you going?" She was startled by Hiro's question as she turned to him. She suddenly felt awkward when he stood beside her. "I'll just give a welcome greeting to some transferee," she said in her usual calm but dangerous voice before leaving him. As she was walking in Liam's direction, their eyes met with each other. The students who recognized her bowed their heads and moved aside to clear her path. But then she stopped when Liam blocked her way. "Move," she ordered him in a low, authoritative voice. Liam did not budge, nor said anything. His stare is taunting her of her supremacy in front of the students. "I said, move," she repeated, her voice now even colder and threatening. "Don't you dare provoke me, Liam." That is the message she sent him through her dirty look. She knew he would never submit to anyone and lower his pride, so she thought of a way to convince him while staying firm on her ground. Liam looked around and seemed to notice the frightened look of the students around them. He lifted his lips to the side in a mocking way, as if he understood the situation. "Sorry," he said mockingly as he finally stepped aside to let her pass. She ignored him yet. She hoped she made her point out of that simple scenario. She went straight to the rooftop and thought of calling Cedric. "What?" was his ultimate reaction with few extra decibels on his voice that is cracking her eardrums when she informed him about Liam. "You heard it right. We already met at the church yesterday. Me, him, Hiro, and his friends. He is still not satisfied. He even transferred here in KTA's U. Kath, calm down." "I'll talk to Liam," Cedric soothed her. "It is too late for that. It is obvious what he wants. He wants to mess with Hiro again and ruin my life. I warned you, didn't I? You should have seen it coming. I did not call to ask for your opinion. I just want to tell you about it. What are you planning to do? If you do not want to get involved in their trouble, then leave them there and come back home." "No. I will not let him destroy Hiro's life again. That guy's been trying his best to straighten up and forget everything. He is trying to move on and move forward. Are you sure about that? Once he finds out who you really are, and that you are involved in his girlfriend's death, he would never forgive you. So if I were you, stay away from him before you get hurt." She didn't like what Cedric said, so she immediately ended their conversation. What he said was right, and that is what her heart did not want to accept. 5 minutes before her class would start, she decided to go downstairs. Both her and Hiro's seats were vacant, and she could not find him anywhere in the room. "If you are looking for Hiro, I saw him outside talking to the newcomer." "They seem to know each other," replied Joshua, who was sitting in front of Darwin's just across her seat. She didn't say a word. Minutes later, Hiro and their physics teacher entered almost at the same time. She looked at him, but he just ignored her and sat quietly beside her. I heard you are getting ready for the quiz, B. Mrs. Lopez suddenly asked after discussing their lesson and letting them copy the notes she wrote on the board. Yes, ma'am, replied almost the entire class. That is good to hear. I am one of the contributors to the questionnaire, so I hope you win. I will be very sad and disappointed if you cannot answer my questions. Some of them laughed. If you are done taking notes, you may take your lunch, she said before bidding farewell and leaving the classroom. You talked to Liam. What did he say to you this time? She asked Hero in a not-so-interested tone after she had put away her notes. Nothing. Let's eat, was his vivacious response. She was not convinced, yet she decided not to force him to tell her so that they would not quarrel any more. Let's go, she replied, getting her lunchbox from her bag. Isn't that the new transfer student? He is really handsome, isn't he? Max rolled her eyes when she heard Lisa giggled behind her. They had just arrived at the campus cafeteria and were looking for a good spot when she saw Liam at the counter. Female students lining up behind him naively giggled and were thrilled just like Lisa did. Well, she wouldn't argue on that. Liam had been a campus crush ever since they were kids. Soon they found a good spot and put together 2 empty tables side by side to accommodate their group. She purposely chose the seat where she could see what Liam was doing. On the other hand, she was aware of the other pair of eyes observing her. Let's line up at the counter, Darwin urged them before standing. His minions followed him. Just then, a group of male students, the same group that fought with her lately, walked up to Liam as the latter accidentally bumped into one of the guys, causing his tray to fall and his foods to scatter on the floor. I'll just buy us something to drink, Hero informed her. I'll do it, she said, abruptly before he could get off his chair. What do you want? She asked without taking her eyes off of Liam's direction. Hero turned to see what she is looking at. His face darkened in an instant. I am good with Sprite, was his reply to her question before looking away. Okay, she said before following her classmates. She understood his feelings, so she is being careful not to provoke him. As much as possible, she wanted to keep him and Liam away from each other so as not to stir trouble, at least until graduation. They were halfway through the counter, and she was still looking at Liam, who was quietly picking up the plates and placing them on the tray. Something he would have never done. Was he playing the good boy role now? Made her want to throw up. Our transferee is such a good boy, eh? Wow. Would you like to apply as a janitor here in the cafeteria? Must look good on you, said Francis, the captain of the soccer team. Maybe not, bro, answered one of Francis' companions whom she did not recognize. You see his car? Must be a rich kid. He'll just call their housemaids to clean this up for him. Then, they laughed out loud. Liam did not say a word. He laid the tray on the table near him and put away the utensils. He was about to turn his back on them when he was immediately stopped by Hugo, the captain of the men's swimming team. Wait. Don't be rude. We're not done with you yet. You can't leave like that, he said, holding Liam in the arm. Liam just stared at his hand, then shifted at the eyes of the guy holding it. It looks like they found a new prey, Darwin whispered. They were already just a few feet away from the group. She suddenly remembered what the guy had told her at the library. If she did not meet with them that day, they would have probably bullied Hero just like they did to Liam. Can you let me go first? She asked her classmates when she could no longer bear to see the scene in front of her. Her classmates looked at each other. Go ahead. Hero might get bored waiting for you, Lindsay, who was at the forefront of their group, replied on behalf of them. Thanks. She smiled. After paying for what she bought, she deliberately passed among the guys who were bullying Liam. Move. Her chilly aristocratic voice sent shivers to the spine of those who heard it. The guys looked around and were petrified to see her. Max. The voice of the man she once kicked in the front was almost inaudible and was shaking. Her cold, dark brown eyes glared at the two leaders. If you are not eating here, then you better leave. Don't make a scene and disturb everyone else. Francis's mouth twitched, but no words came out of it. Bro, let's go. One of them whispered to Hugo, who released Liam at once. Hey newbie, Hugo said, facing Liam. Eat well so you don't fall when we meet again, he added before glaring back at her and leaving with his group. She sent them out with her dirty look until they had finally gone out of her sight. Thank you very much, Liam said to her, sounding sincerely like a poor man being helped by a stranger. She gave off a soft, sarcastic laugh. Drop the act, it doesn't suit you, she said, leaving him without looking back and returning to her seat beside Hero. The latter just stared at her but did not say a word. When all of them were back at the table, they started eating together. A few minutes later, another classmate came to their table. She stopped chewing her food and looked up when she recognized the guy. Are you lost? You came to the wrong table, she said, looking straight into his eyes with obvious hostility. I invited him, Brenda said quickly in her flirty voice. He didn't have anyone with him, and you saw him being bullied earlier, didn't you? I was thinking that he should join us. Besides, you were the one who saved him from them. I didn't do it for him. Of course, you did. Just like what you did to Hero from Darwin's. She pounded the table with her fist that made the dishes bounced and cluttered, producing a distinct sound that caught everyone's attention. Almost everybody on the table froze in fear and looked at each other. Brenda was also stunned for a few moments. I am sorry, Liam spoke, breaking the awkward silence in the atmosphere. I don't mean to bother you. I'll just look for another table, and the Oscar award goes to Liam. She heard herself scream at the back of her head. No, Liam. Stay, Brenda stopped the young man. Her classmate seemed to recover from the shock that she stared back at her and continued. Don't be afraid of Max. She is just scary yet. She is kind-hearted, especially to weaklings like you. Am I right, guys? Her classmates nodded their heads in agreement. Brenda's words seemed to lift the tension and brought everyone back in the mood. She wanted to smash Brenda's face as she was too embarrassed at what she said. Yet part of her felt happy about her classmates' acceptance of her personality. I am done. I'll go back to the classroom first, declared Hero, who suddenly stood up. Why so fast? You haven't finished your food yet, Darwin complained. Leave him alone, Darwin, she warned him. Hero left immediately, without a word. Liam, you sit there next to Max. Don't worry. She doesn't bite, Brenda commanded, adding a joke that Max didn't find funny at all. Liam hesitantly sat next to her. But she immediately finished her meal before he even had half of his own. She bid them goodbye before leaving her classmates. She went straight back to their classroom, but Hero was not there, her forehead furrowed. She decided to look for him on the rooftop. Oh, you are just here. She smiled when she found him standing near the rooftop railings. He turned to her. What are you doing here? I want to ask you the same thing. What are you doing here? To get some fresh air, he replied, turning his back on her again and looking across the school. Are you sulking? She asked as she approached and stood next to him. Why should I? He asked back without looking at her. I don't know, because of Liam. About Liam, can you not mention that man's name in front of me? He hissed. Her whole body suddenly froze in great shock. That was the first time he raised his voice on her, and his eyes were glaring with rage. A sudden terror dawned on her as her heart was aching, like it was struck by an arrow. If by simply mentioning Liam's name Hero's reaction was this intense, how much more if he found out the whole truth about her? How frightening he would have become. He might have noticed that she had been silent for such a long period, so he broke the silence between them. "I am sorry." He apologized, his voice now calm and composed. She snapped back to her senses and pulled herself together. "The class is about to start. I am going first," she said, and immediately turned her back on him. "Max, I didn't mean to." He apologized as he grabbed her hand before she could walk away. Her heart skipped a beat. "I know, and I am fine," she lied. She was about to withdraw her hand when he suddenly pulled her and hugged her tight. He didn't say a word. He just locked her up in his arms as if he didn't want to lose her in his life. She became more emotional and tried her hardest to hold back the tears from her eyes. Clingy, Max pushed Hero lightly, pretending to hate his embrace when, in fact, she wanted it to last a little longer. She pulled herself together and get back to her composure. "It is time for class." She turned around and secretly giggled. "Look who is talking." "Hugging E like a pillow in the middle of the night," he murmured. She made a halt. Thankfully, she was not facing him, so he did not see how red her face had become when she remembered what she did the night before the classroom quiz bee. She reset into her ill-tempered self before facing him again. "Are you blaming me now?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. "No, I am not," he replied defensively, returning to his new normal self. "I told you, whatever." She interrupted before turning around first and walking downstairs. He immediately chased after her and put his arm around her shoulder. "Get off of me." She pretended to protest, but Hero didn't listen. They teasing each other throughout the corridor when they both stopped outside their classroom. Liam was there, talking with their girl classmates. She secretly rolled her eyes and heaved a sigh. This man was really giving her a headache. Hero might be angry again because he didn't say a word when he went inside first and just stayed silent in his seat. "Hey, Max. Come here first." Brenda, who was talking with Liam and blocking the front door, called her as she was entering the room through the other door, her forehead furrowed. "What?" she asked with a raised eyebrow as she approached them. "Liam. This is Max." "Max. This is Liam," Lisa said, introducing them to each other. "Yeah, right?" They had not yet been officially introduced to each other, as if. "Nice meeting you." "Formally," Liam said to her, extending his hand to her. She did not accept it. "The class is about to start. We need to get inside already," she said before turning her back on them. Hero frowned as she sat down, but he did not speak. When she could not take it anymore, she slapped him in the arm. He did not see it coming, so he was shocked. "Ah, what is your problem?" he complained. When he looked at her, she met the young man with a sharp look. "All right, sorry," he said and bowed his head. She did not answer yet. She secretly laughed at his reaction. 1 hour and 30 minutes were over before they even noticed. Their class was heading to the gate when Liam's car parked in front of them. "Again," she said to herself with a sigh of irritation. "Hi, guys. Need a ride home," he offered. "Wow, dude. What a beautiful car you have," Darwin complimented, "but I don't think it can accommodate us all." Liam's face darkened out of embarrassment. "Thanks. Anyway, we have our motorbikes," Jason, Darwin's friend, seconded. "We don't have a ride," Brenda said quickly. "If you like, you can take us, me, Lisa, Steph, and Hazel." "Sure," Liam replied with enthusiasm, glancing slightly at her. "All right. Be careful. Hero and I will just walk home," she replied in her unusually sweet, friendly tone. Then she held Hero's hand, much to the young man's surprise. "Let's go," she asked, sending a message into his eyes. "Yeah, sure." He nodded before leaving their classmates. When they came out of the gate, she waited for Liam's car to pass them by before she let go of Hero's arm. "Is there a problem?" he asked in concern. She shook her head. But deep inside, a lot of things had been going on her. She just couldn't shake off the sense of fear and danger every time he saw Liam and Hero being at the same place. She wanted Liam to see that Hero had changed and stopped fighting, but she didn't think Liam would give a damn. She knew he was just waiting for the right time. He was going to provoke him until he would snap and fight him. "Hey, Max. You are being absent-minded again." "Are you okay?" Hero commented, giving her a soft tap on the shoulder. "I am just tired," she replied, feeling drained from all the negative thoughts. "Will you hail a tricycle for us?" "What?" "We're almost there. Just do as I say." "Fine." "Here," he said, raising his hand to the first tricycle approaching them. 2 weeks later. The science quiz B is over. Max was finally relieved. No more tiresome tutorial sessions and annoying tutees. Even though her classmates did not make it to the finals, it was still a big achievement to make it to the top 5. And Hero was the happiest among everyone. "I still can't believe it. We made it into the top 5. I feel so smart back there," he repeatedly said to almost everybody since awarding. She was happy for the young man. Somehow they forgot the impending danger lurking around. Liam, he still hadn't made a move during his 2-week stay at CO. Something that is bothering her. She did not know what his plan was and when he would attack. The only thing she could do was watch Hero's back all the time. "You seem to be in deep thoughts." She immediately turned around when he heard not Hero's voice but Liam's. "Are you disappointed that it is me and not Hero?" he asked in a sarcastic tone that she is already familiar with. Her gaze sharpened. "What are you doing here?" She was currently at the poolside of the swimming club, sitting alone and trying to sort things out. He approached. "I wanted to talk to you," he replied. His voice shifted to a serious tone. "We have nothing to talk about." She looked away and fixed her gaze on the water. He stood next to her. "I hate it every time you treat me like that, as if I am a criminal, as if it was all my fault. What are you expecting?" "Special treatment. For more than a year you did not show up, nor did you explain to me what happened before you disappeared. Then you suddenly show yourself here at Casa de Oro as if nothing happened. Do you expect me to treat you the same? Fine. I know I hurt you, and I owe you a lot of explanation, but I want you to know that you are out of whatever conflict I have with Hero and his group. I want the two of us to be the same as before." "The same as before?" She gave off a sarcastic laugh before getting serious again. "Liam, you are one of those who ruined my life. Nothing and no one can bring me back the way I was before," she said emotionally, and immediately left before he could see the tears dripping from her eyes. She felt like she would explode with too much hatred right there and then. Suddenly, everything came back to her. All the anger and pain in her heart. She wanted to snap and beat somebody. She went straight to the first female Kiar she saw. She entered one of the empty cubicles and wept bitterly as she punched its cemented wall. When got tired of it, she fixed herself and returned to their classroom, not to attend the next class, but to pick up her belongings to go home. "Hey, where are you going?" Hero asked her. She did not answer. She left without a word. Hero chased after her to stop her, but she got pissed and impulsively punched him in the face. They both looked at each other in shock, but she was the first to look away. She left him without looking back and headed for the gate. They've just gotten into the top 5 in the science quiz B. Did you see how he boasted about it? How arrogant. If I know, their gangster classmate threatened the other opponents to lose the competition. She stopped walking when she heard what the 2 male students who passed by her had been talking about. "What did you say?" They stopped and turned to her. Suddenly the color drained out of their faces when they recognized her. Their lips were trembling as they looked at each other in fear. "Repeat what you said," she commanded in a roaring voice, causing them to wince. Nothing. "We're sorry," replied the shorter guy whose glasses were already fogged. They were about to run when she held them in both arms. She then kicked Mr. Glasses before punching his companion. Still not satisfied, she also picked Mr. Glasses up and punched him. "Hey, Max, that is enough," a familiar voice shouted from behind her, but she did not listen. She was too consumed by her anger that she lost control of herself. The next thing she knew, Hero was already holding both her hands to stop her. "Let go of me," she protested violently, but Hero's grasp tightened, feeling his strength overwhelming her, and the warmth coming from his flesh was ironically starting to cool her down. Soon they were surrounded by a lot of students who came only out of curiosity. One teacher saw them and called a security guard to break them off. "Take those to the infirmary." The male teacher commanded the guard in an authoritative voice before turning to her. "Miss Megers, come with me to the detention office." His voice was more demanding towards her than to the security guard. She could not remember his name, but she knew he was one of the college instructors of Kazos. "Sir, can I come along?" Hero asked. "Don't get yourself involved in this," she warned him. "Miss Megers." The teacher rebuked her before turning to Hero. "All right, Mr. Gaston, it is up to you. 2 weeks. Hero had been irritated for 2 long weeks since Liam's appearance in CASU, but much more so because Max had not been herself lately. Or rather, she was back to being the cold-hearted, ill-tempered gangster he once knew. Although it is really like her to beat people up when she is annoyed or mad, he suspected that Liam had something to do with what was happening to her. Her smile during the science quiz B preparation had vanished, and worst, she punched him. Much to his shock, as she had never done it before. Not that he thought she would never do it to him. The door of the detention office opened and Max came out of it. He was sitting on the bench in the lobby outside, then stood to meet her. "Are you all right?" he asked worriedly. She just stared at him. Then her gaze fixated on his face. Hurt and regret registered in her eyes. "I am sorry," she said, her voice cracking as tears started welling up in the corner of her eyes. He realized that she was staring at the part where her punch hit his face. He immediately covered it with his hand and tried to rectify the atmosphere with his bubbly voice. "Oh, it is nothing. It is my fault. I was so annoying, so I deserve it. Don't worry, I am fine. I am tougher than you think," said, as he lifted his right arm and showed off his biceps to make it more convincing. But Max was not in the mood for jokes. "Hero, don't talk to me from now on." "I just want to be alone for now," she asked, sounding so weak and exhausted. He was caught off guard and didn't know how to respond. He looked at her straight in the eyes, but she looked down. "But why? Did I do something wrong?" She shook her head. "Number, it is me who did you wrong. I just don't want you to get involved in my mess and get hurt like that again. I am used to it." "Hero?" He was startled when her voice rose a little. "Just leave me alone for now. I just need to be alone, please." Her voice was authoritative yet pleading. He took a deep breath before smiling. "Okay, all right, I'll go first," he said cheerfully before hurriedly leaving. He did not return to their classroom. He climbed to the rooftop, his favorite pastime place. But he was appalled to see Liam standing, his back on him, and staring down the entire campus. "Are you also here to find solace in this place?" he asked without turning at him. He did not know if Liam was talking to him, or if Liam was going crazy and talking to himself. He turned to leave before his blood reached its boiling point. "You can't protect Max if you continue to be like that. Hero." He stopped and turned to him, who was already facing him. Their sharp stares met each other. "Leave Max out of this. She has nothing to do with our fight." "Yeah? Right, leave her alone," he mocked. "But why do I feel like you are hiding under her skirt? Are you scared I'd do the same as what you did to me? I am not hiding behind anybody's skirt, neither am I afraid of you. Just so you know, I don't ever regret what I did to you. You deserve it, he said with a heavy emphasis on every word. Shouldn't you be thankful I didn't kill you? Kill me? Like how you killed your girlfriend. If you hadn't kidnapped her, I wouldn't have lost her to me. It is you who killed her. If you hadn't been so flirty. Hitting on with someone's girlfriend when you already have one. I don't know what you are talking about. I only have Dana in my heart and my life, but you took her away from me. Go on with your act, like I care. But I assure you, as long as I live, you will never have peace in your life. After saying those words, Liam swiftly rushed at him. He saw it coming, so he was able to avoid his attack. What is the problem? Are you just going to avoid it? Liam mocked, not leaving him alone until he fought back. Are you afraid of being expelled from your new school? He smirked. Stop it! He growled, catching his wrist and throwing him in the distance. Liam rolled on the cemented floor, yet immediately got on his knees, wiping the blood off his face. The grimace on his face was telling Hero he is not done yet, and he attacked him again. Liam's movements became faster that his fist had finally hit Hero's face before kicking him in the abdomen, making Hero take 3 steps backward and knelt one knee down. Liam showed off a proud smile, but he is still unsatisfied. Don't bore me like this. A hole. I am not punishing you yet. Hero didn't answer. Liam continued with his speech, like a devil whispering into one's ears. Fine. Since you are pretending to be a pathetic loser here at Casa de Oro, why don't I ride with your show? I'll let my men beat you up every day before or after school. Then of course, Max will intervene. She will come to your rescue, saving you from those who hurt you, because you are weak and cannot fight. Until one day, who knows? Max would have been expelled because of you. Worst, she is going to end up just like your ex-girlfriend. Liam's words felt like kryptonite that slowly pierced through his heart and made him lose his strength gradually. He covered both ears and shook violently. That is enough. Stop it. No. Liam slowly approached him and beat him. I will not stop until you admit your fault. You are the only reason why your girlfriend died. You killed her. You are the reason why my best friend and my family have hated me. You are the reason why Max has been indifferent to me. You ruined our lives. Everything is on you, Hero. You are the one to blame. Hero. Liam stopped beating him when they heard a manly voice shouting from behind them. They both turned to see its owner and saw Darwin standing on the door with his grimaced face. You piece of science. Darwin furiously rushed to Liam and attacked him. Darwin, don't. Hero tried to stop Darwin, saving him from getting hurt, but his classmate did not listen to him. Liam gladly waited for him and beat him. Liam, that is enough, Hero shouted when Darwin fell on the cement, his voice sounding a mixture of warning and pleading. You beast! We considered you as our friend, but this is how you will repay us. Darwin reproached Liam. Liam laughed. I did not ask you to be my friend, nor did I force your female classmates to get close to me, he said proudly. If you have someone to blame, it is Hero. He didn't warn you about me. He was afraid that when you found out about me, you would also know who he was, that he is a murderer, that she killed his girlfriend. Darwin's eyes widened at what he heard, and he looked at Hero with questioning eyes. He only shook his head, but said nothing. Liam laughed out loud again before leaving. That is not true. I can't do that to Dana, no, he said, and kept saying like crazy, Hero. Lance and Miggy ran towards him. What are you doing here? How did you get in here? He asked them. That doesn't matter. Lance immediately answered, You all right? Yes. I am fine. I will definitely kill that bastard when we meet again. Miggy swore angrily. Is it true? Hero's friends turned to Darwin simultaneously. Only then did they notice the young man. What truth? Lance asked confusedly, looking at Hero again. That Hero killed his girlfriend. Was that why he is here at Casa de Oro? Because he escaped from his case in Manila? What did you say? Miggy asked angrily and immediately rushed to Darwin, grabbing the latter's collar. Miggy, don't. Hero stopped his friend. Whatever Liam told you, that was not true, Miggy said firmly. He ruined Hero's life. He was the reason why Hero's girlfriend died. It was a gang fight, Lance interfered. Darwin and Miggy looked at him. Miggy calmed down and released Darwin. He let Lance explain things to Darwin. R and Liam's group were rivals in Manila. Nobody wanted Dana to die. She was just dragged into our fight. But Hero took all the blame so that we, his friends, would not be punished. He left our school and never showed up again. That is the truth. Hero came to Casa de Oro to leave his old life and start anew while suffering from that loss all by himself. That is enough, Lance. Hero finally spoke as he stood up. Then he confronted Darwin. You are free to think what you want. I will not force you to believe us. I only have one request. Please don't tell Max about what you found out. I'll be the one to tell her when the right time comes. His two friends helped him walk. And they went down from there. How is Hero? Max immediately asked as soon as she got to the eatery. She heard what had happened to him on the rooftop, so she left the class and rushed home. Auntie, please be gentle, ouch. She heard Hero groan from the kitchen before his two friends who were guarding the cafeteria could answer. She got past them and then straight to the kitchen. She was devastated to see his face, fist clenched in anger. Oh, Max, you are here, said Belen, who was the first to notice her. Are you hungry? I'll fix your dinner after this. She secretly heaved a sigh and slowly let out some air to calm herself down. I am fine, Nanny. Let me take care of him for you. You can go back to the eatery. Oh, thank you. And please tell him again not to roam anywhere, so he won't get into trouble with some thugs. Look at him, she complained, shaking her head as she left the kitchen. Hero averted his eyes from her as she continued to treat him. She was so annoyed that she pressed his wounds a little harder instead of just applying gently some betadine-soaked cotton on them. Hey, you are hurting me, he complained. That is not enough. If I had caught up with you earlier, maybe I'd do worse than this. Seriously. You don't even feel sorry for me upon seeing me like this, and yet you are blaming me. Although he was complaining, his voice had no sign of reproach towards her. If you hadn't left me earlier, you wouldn't have been beaten like this. Oh, yeah, he chuckled in disbelief. The last time I checked, you were mad at me for following you, and now you are mad because I left you. Are you for real? She further pressed the cotton with betadine on his wound on the face. Are you blaming me, huh? Ush! He screamed. All right. I am sorry. Stop torturing me. She smiled but did not speak. She put on a stern face as she was dressing his wounds. She was aware of Hero's eyes staring at her intently. Her heart started pounding, but she never showed it to him. A few moments later, his hand moved towards her face and tucked her loose hairs behind her ear. It was a simple gesture, yet it made her heart go wild. When she looked at him, he was still staring at her, and she couldn't look away as if she was magnetized by the look in his eyes. You know, Brenda was right. You may be ill-tempered, yet you are a very kind person. Any man would be lucky to have you as a girlfriend. She scowled her face, then quickly returned her gaze to what she was doing to hide her blushing cheeks and her throbbing heart. Lucky you, she whispered to herself. What did you say? Nothing. Just shut up, or I'll put these cotton balls in your mouth. Fine, he said, and she saw him rolled his eyes from the corner of her eyes. After treating Hero, she left him to go up to her room and immediately called Liam. Let's meet. Where do you want? In our elementary school. In the abandoned the building. Fine. Coming. That was all, and she cut her line. She changed her outfit into a white body-hugging shirt, topped with a black leather jacket, tattered skinny jeans, and a pair of black rubber shoes. She finished with a ponytail. Are you going out? She stopped in front of the main door when he heard Hero's voice. She looked at him and smiled. Yup, Lisa invited me to a girls' night out. I just thought it would be fun. It should be, he agreed. All right, enjoy. Thanks. Go. Get some rest so that your wounds will heal faster. Yes, ma'am. Good night. She went to Belen in the cafeteria to inform her. Her nanny asked her not to stay up too late. She just nodded but didn't promise. She arrived at the venue at exactly 7:30 p.m. The moonlight was shining brightly that night, and she could see the whole school as clear as it was in the daytime, though the shadows it created were sharper than the sun would have done. The guards had probably finished patrolling the whole area, as she could see no soul roaming around anymore. Yet she knew that Liam and his crew were just hiding somewhere, not just in the building. She slipped through the secret back door they had made years ago. She was amazed that it is still there, seemingly undiscovered. Or maybe someone did discover it but just preserved it for the same purpose. Either way, she is still grateful. The abandoned the building was the most feared building by the students, because they were told and most of them believed that it was the home for ghosts and malignant supernatural beings. But none of them, Cedric, Liam, and she, ever believed it. They were the only ones who used to hang out in there, scaring their classmates away so as not to disturb their sacred place. You are late. Her reminiscence was distracted by Liam's cold voice, piercing through the chilly night air. She looked up as she heard footsteps descending from the stairs of the second floor into the hallway where she stood. Didn't you have a car? Why didn't you use it? Liam asked sarcastically as he stopped in front of her. The light reflected by the moon through the window beam had reached Liam's face. It was a different Liam that she saw. It is no longer the Liam she knew who was so sweet and caring to her, despite her hating him doing so. That is none of your business, she replied with equal coldness. But that man, he is your business. Did you come here just to confront me about what happened to him? I won't deny it. I was the one who did that to him. So what? I told you. Didn't I? Touch him and you'll have a taste of my wrath. I know. That is why I brought some company. After saying that, she noticed that it wasn't anymore just the two of them there. She had expected it, so she laughed softly to annoy him. Are you that scared of me? I am not. But I've heard about your reputation, so I brought them here because they want to fight you. To test your skills. Can you really win against me, huh, Max? I think you've underestimated me too much. You didn't even win against me in the fair before. Stop bragging it on my face, he growled. Then he signaled to his comrades to rush her. Hero? He immediately folded the yearbook he was looking at and looked up at his aunt, who peered through the open door of his room. Yes? Auntie, did Max tell you what time she was coming home? She asked worriedly again. Number? Why? Nothing. I am just feeling. Can you call her or pick her up? He looked at his alarm clock. It is 9 o'clock in the evening. Auntie, it has been how many months? You should have been used to her coming home late by now. It is not her first time, he argued. I know. It is just that I can't get myself to sleep thinking about her. All right. All right. I'll go to her and pick her up. You don't have to worry anymore. He got up and got dressed. I am going to take Lance and Miggy with me. All right. Be careful. He immediately called his 2 friends to accompany him in the search for Max. The 2 quickly got out of their boarding house. He then called Max's phone. Her phone was out of coverage area, might have been turned off. Again. My aunt should really stop worrying about her precious Katharina. She is not a kid anymore, for heaven's sake, he complained as they walked. Why don't you just call Lisa so we don't have to go there anymore? Lance suggested. You are right, he agreed. He immediately got his phone back and dialed Lisa's number, but he was shocked when he was answered by an angry voice. What now? What is so urgent, hero, that you have to call me at this hour? I was already asleep before you called, you know? His forehead creased. Already asleep. Aren't you having a girls' night out tonight? Aren't you with Max? What girls' night out? Lisa's tone sounded a little enthusiastic than earlier. And do you really think Max will come with us? Hello? Like seriously, no. I am sorry to bother you. He answered apologetically. Don't mention it. Your girlfriend must be fighting again. Check every street corner, she said before, cutting off her line. He is not with Max? Lance asked. No, he replied. He probably found out what happened to you, and maybe went to see Liam, Miggy suggested. The 2 looked at each other before Lance replied. She was really mad earlier when she arrived looking for you. She probably already knows about what happened to you. Hearing what he said, he immediately ran to look for Max. Let's split up, he commanded the 2. Let's call each other when we find her. The 2 nodded before leaving. Hero. It is Dana. Why? What happened to Dana? Her bag was found outside the school, but she wasn't there. What? Hero's group immediately came out and helped each other find Dana. They asked the people around if they had seen her, but no one could tell where his girlfriend was. 15 minutes later, Liam called him on his phone. If you want to see your girlfriend, come to the former Garcia trading warehouse near the San Antonio Fishport alone, he said, giving heavy emphasis on the word alone. Most importantly, don't tell anyone, especially the police, or else. You beast. Coward. You can't defeat me, so now you are using my girlfriend against me, huh? What kind of a man are you, sneaky bastard? Why don't you save all your words when we meet here? Hurry up. I am getting bored. I might end up cutting your girl to ease. Don't you dare. He interrupted him in a strong voice. If something bad happens to Dana, I'll kill you. Remember that. Hero quickly dismissed the unpleasant memory that popped up his head as he and his friends were looking for Max. Max! Max! He shouted on top of his lungs as he headed to an elementary school. A tricycle driver told him it is where he dropped Max an hour ago. He looked around the school. It was very quiet, yet he had a strong feeling that Max was there. Max, where are you? Answer, he continued to shout. Hey! Why are you screaming? He turned to the owner of that familiar irritated voice. It was Max. He immediately ran to her and hugged her. Thank God you are safe. He let go of her and quickly examined her. Are you okay? Are you hurt somewhere? She is fine. Don't worry. He immediately looked behind her. Hatred raged his heart when he recognized Liam's face. You beast. What did you do to her? He asked stiffly. He released Max and was about to kick Liam, but the girl stopped him immediately. Liam and I just talked, she said coldly. She is right, Liam butt in. We were just catching up. I told her what happened to me, why I didn't show up to her right away, that I was in a coma for almost 1 month due to. That is enough. Max quickly stopped him. Thanks for your time. We'll be going first. There is a part of Hero that didn't want to leave and wanted to know what the 2 were talking about. What lies Liam did tell Max to discredit him. But his desire to leave so as not to see Liam's wicked face anymore was more dominant. They quietly followed Max until they got home. His two friends bid goodbye already, leaving him and Max outside the gate. "Are you mad at me?" Max stopped opening the gate when he broke the silence between the two of them. "Do I have the right to?" she asked coldly without looking back at him. He did not answer immediately. She turned around to face him. "You said you wanted to be my friend, didn't you?" "Yes, I said that." "Then, as a friend, I want to hear the whole truth right out of your mouth," she said, looking straight into his eyes. "I am not saying now. You can tell me when you are ready. However, as long as you don't tell me your side, Liam's words will remain as the truth for me." "How can you be sure what Liam told you is true? He has many reasons to lie to me. But I know he is telling the truth. I know him. He doesn't lie when he is angry, and he indeed feels angry for you." She turned to open the gate. "I ordered my gang to abduct Liam after Dana died. I blamed him for what happened. I beat him so hard with all my strength and anger. I probably would have killed him if Lance hadn't stopped me." Max automatically turned to him in shock. He continued, "We left him in front of Dixon's academy. After that, I left everything and avoided fighting as much as I could, but I couldn't help it. Gangsters come at me and wanted to fight me. I wanted to keep my promise to Dana that I wouldn't use my fists anymore, so I let them beat me. Liam was the last person I've beaten, though. I thought that at least somehow that would reduce my guilt for what happened to her." "Enough." She quickly shut him off. "I am not done yet," he promptly interfered. She was silenced. "I didn't pretend to be kind or weak. I am really a kind person. I just keep myself from hurting others because I might regret it again. All the violence I inflicted on other people costed the life of the woman I love. I don't want that to happen again." Her chest tightened when she heard the phrase, "woman I love the most." It hurt because it didn't refer to her. It hurt because she is not that woman. "When I met you, I saw my former self in you. So I wanted to be your friend because I wanted to protect you, not against other people but yourself. I don't want what happened to me to happen to you. I don't want you to live being angry with yourself, and it will be too late for you to repent. I've been through all that before you even said it, and it is too late to save me," she said softly to herself. He was puzzled. "What do you mean?" She did not answer his question. "Thank you for your honesty. Let's get some rest," she said as they entered the living room. "Please make sure everything is locked before you go to bed. Can't you be honest with me, as my friend?" She stopped halfway up the stairs and turned to him. "Once you find out the truth about me, you'll never want me to be your friend anymore. So think before you ask. When you've decided to end our friendship, I'll tell you later." "Hey, Max. Where did you go last night?" Max cringed at Lisa's when she came into their room the next day. "Why, what do you want?" she asked coldly. "Me. Nothing. But Hero, he sounded so worried about you. He even called me because you told him I invited you to a girls' night out, as if." Lisa rolled her eyes at the last statement. "Hero and I have already talked," she answered, and wanting to fire back at her, she added, "You want to know where I went last night? I went to see Liam satisfied." She secretly celebrated when she saw Lisa's dark reaction. Even Brenda and other female classmates who liked Liam looked at her angrily. "Good morning." Everyone looked at Hero, who just arrived. He looked at them and came closer. "Oh, why the long faces early in the morning?" he asked, astonished. She did not answer. She went to her seat and sat down near the window. Their classmates did not speak either and left Hero, who went to sit beside her. She was aware of his eyes looking at her, but she just ignored him. 5 minutes before their class started that day, she received a call from Liam. She stared at Hero before exiting to take the call. "I'll pick you up later outside your classroom." "Let's have lunch together," Liam said from the other line. "Okay. All right. Our teacher is here already," she replied enthusiastically. "I missed you, Kath," he whispered. She rolled her eyes. "All right. Bye." She bid goodbye and immediately cut her line off. When she went back inside, Hero and she looked at each other, but no words came out of their mouths. He was the first to recover and returned to her seat silently. Their teacher entered just in time. "I won't be long because I am going to catch a flight for our symposium in Manila. I'll just assign you some pages to review and activities to do," said the teacher, who was obviously in a hurry. "Get your books and turn to page 245. You'll do activities 1 to 10 by pair. You will submit your observations through my email with video attachments to make sure you really did your assignments and you didn't just copy from your classmate. I'll be gone until Friday, so that would be enough to finish your tasks. You can use the laboratory room during our time if necessary. I've already told Mrs. Wybaz about it. We'll discuss everything when I return on Monday. Is that okay?" "Yes, Mrs. Lemanzers," they all answered. "Great. Find your partners and discuss it among yourselves. Don't be too noisy. When the bell rings, you can go." "Darwin, let's pair up," Max declared before Hero could utter a word. Darwin looked at her in confusion. "Huh? Are you deaf?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. "Of course not," Darwin replied in annoyance. "Sure, I'll be your partner. You wanted to be Hero's partner, don't you, Lindsay?" she asked, looking at Lindsay. Lindsay looked at her in both shock and embarrassment. Her classmate was obviously confused about what is happening, but didn't dare complain about it. "Why not?" "I'll be your partner, Lindsay," Hero answered cheerfully, but his eyes were fixed on her. Then he stood up and carried his book to Lindsay's side. Darwin immediately walked in and replaced Hero in his seat beside her. While Hero and Lindsay's pair were enthusiastic, Darwin and she were just too quiet. Unbeknownst to her, Darwin was carefully watching her as she was mindlessly scanning her book. "How long are you going to do what you are doing?" Darwin's question snapped her back to her senses. She felt her classmates staring at her, but she just ignored them. "You do activities 1 to 5. I do 6 to 10. Can you handle that?" she asked him. Wait. It is in pairs, so we should work together on each activity, right? Besides, I don't understand any of it," he complained, her forehead furrowed. She secretly wished she had chosen Lindsay instead, or anyone else. Except Hero. She was not yet in the mood to talk to him. She was not angry. She just felt awkward, especially after knowing the truth about what happened to Liam. Their activities were simple experiments about electromagnetism. She already had these lessons at Princeton during their second year and had also performed almost all of those experiments mentioned in their assignment. She didn't expect that Xia's lessons were not as advanced as Princeton's. She took a deep breath and restrained herself from arguing with Darwin. She decided to discuss that lesson with him instead so that he would understand what to do. "AHA," was his usual reply whenever she paused. "So, the magnetic field." She paused speaking when she noticed her classmates looked at them intently and seemed to be listening to what she was saying. She glared at them. "Yes? Do you need anything?" Max." Lisa dared to speak despite being afraid. "Huh?" she asked with a raised eyebrow. "Can you teach us too?" "We also don't know how to do these, right?" Lisa asked sincerely. She rolled her eyes before taking another deep breath. "Here we go again. US too," said another classmate. Soon, more and more classmates asked the same favor until the whole classroom became annoyingly noisy. When she could not take it anymore, she kicked the empty chair in front of her and it fell on the side with a very loud thud that automatically silenced them. She stood up and faced them. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, those who want to study together should come to my house on time. We will do experiment 1, so make sure your materials are ready. Okay, they replied simultaneously. For now, read your books first and understand well. If you have any questions, write them down so we can discuss later. After saying that, she got back to her seat and didn't say another word. Darwin's got lucky today, she heard Darwin's friend say enviously. Max, someone's looking for you. She turned to the door to see who her classmate was referring to. It was Liam standing outside the door. The darkening of Darwin's countenance and the clenching of his fists did not escape her sight. She immediately grabbed his wrist to restrain him as she gently shook her head. Don't make a scene here, she rebuked him in a soft but authoritative voice. It took him a while before he calmed down. She released his hand before she stood up and walked towards Liam. She didn't have to turn to Hero. She knew he was also surging with anger to see his enemy. Hi. What brings you here? She greeted Liam with an all-out smile. She even deliberately made her voice louder to attract her classmates' attention, especially those who had a crush on this guy, to keep them away from him. I heard that your teacher is leaving for Manila, so you don't have a class today, and I think she is with the other teachers, so most classes are suspended, he replied in such a sweet manner. She wouldn't have thought this was the strict and overprotective Liam who acted more than like a boyfriend to her in the past. That mean and cold-hearted Liam that Hero hated. She left an assignment before leaving. My classmates and I were discussing it a while ago. Are you done? Or I can wait here. It is okay, we've just finished our discussion. I'll just get my things. She returned to her seat to put away her belongings. Going somewhere? Hero asked coldly when he blocked her way to the door. Yeah, Liam asked me out for lunch. Maybe we'll take a little walk since it is still too early, she replied in a very cheerful voice to see his reaction. To her dismay, he didn't react at all. Come home early. Don't make my aunt worry again. Whatever, was her only reply before she got past him and went to Liam. Shall we? Jian, shall we? Hero repeated, Max's words repulsively as he watched her and Liam left the corridor. Humph, someone's getting jealous. Greg teased him as his classmate stood next to him. Of course not, he rebuffed. Oh, really? The way you looked at Liam was like you were going to kick him right there and then. He looked at him. If only they knew why he was mad at Liam. It had nothing to do with Max. Or was that really the case? Are they together already? Lisa suddenly butted in. I thought Max wasn't interested in Liam because she already has you. What happened? He probably annoyed Max. So she went to look for someone else, replied Xander, who came out of nowhere and stood next to her. Didn't they actually date last night and didn't tell you? Another classmate, Daniel, teased him. He didn't like the way they were talking about it. He felt as if they were bad-mouthing Max. And he just couldn't take it. Okay, stop, he hissed. It is not what you think. Max isn't that kind of person. What else could it be? One of them asked. Max and Liam are... Come on, spill it, Lisa said impatiently. They were childhood friends. They were both born and raised here in Casa de Oro before their families moved somewhere else. You mean, they're childhood sweethearts, Brenda said, laughing softly. No wonder Max reacted like that at first. She was probably upset with Liam because they had been separated for a long time, and now they meet again, but with girls around him. Their classmates also nodded in agreement. So, that conversation they had last night, Liam explained to her, and admitted he still loves Max. And they got back together, Lisa concluded. Come on, he weaned them. I just said childhood friends, not sweethearts. Hero, isn't it obvious? You are the third party here, Brenda said. His classmates went on with their assumptions. Seeing he could not change their thoughts on the situation, he just left them there and walked up to Darwin, who became quiet since Liam had arrived until the guy had left. Are you all right? He asked, tapping him on the shoulder. Yeah. Darwin nodded. A few moments later, the bell rang for the next class. He went home because they had no class that afternoon. Oh, Hero, why are you alone? Where is Max? Belen asked after he kissed her on the cheek. She went out with Liam. He replied coldly before getting past her. So, that is why you've got that look. Miggy predicted. Following him to the kitchen, he stopped and faced him. Why, how do I look? You look like a jealous boyfriend, he teased before turning off the stove on which he heated the dish. Look in the mirror so you can see, he added before returning to the cafeteria. He just stared at his friend before finally entering his room. When he saw the mirror posted on his wall, he stared at his reflection like crazy. Then he frowned. Idiot, Miggy. By the way, Auntie, our classmates will be here at 3 o'clock. Max will help us with our science experiment, Hero informed his aunt as he finished eating. Yes, she called me. I will close at 2 o'clock in the afternoon to prepare this eatery for you. Belen calmly replied. Yeah, right, he said to himself. What is with your reaction? Did you, too, fight again? His aunt asked him. He didn't know she would notice. Nothing, he replied before getting up and putting away his dishes. Don't mind him, Auntie. Hero is just jealous because Max is having a lunch date with Liam, Miggy teased him. Isn't he dangerous? Lance asked worriedly. Miggy and Hero exchanged looks. Before looking at Lance, Liam isn't a bad person like you think he is. They all turned their head when they heard Max's voice. Her face was dark and her gaze was sharp on him. If you have nothing good to say about him, just shut up, she added before leaving. Hero's mouth opened. He wanted to defend himself that it wasn't him who badmouthed Liam, but no words came out. He then saw his friends secretly laughing at him and teasing him. He couldn't let his ego suffer, so he followed her inside the house. He caught up with her by the stairs. Hey, we need to talk, he called her. She turned around, eyebrow raised. What is it this time? His eyes met hers with an annoyed look. Aren't you acting weird since this morning? Why are you trying to make me mad? Stop testing my patience. Make you mad? She mocked with a soft laugh. First of all, I am not testing anyone's patience, nor am I doing anything just to get your attention. And second of all, you now dare get angry at me. He was having a hard time talking back at her, especially when she came down and approached him. Why? Are you gonna fight me? Are you gonna fight back now? Even though her words are very intimidating, her eyes tell a different story. He is confused on why her words is not matching with what he is seeing. Was it pain he saw in them? Why can't you answer me? Her fierce words snapped him back to his senses. Whatever, he conceded, irritated upon realizing that he couldn't win over her, even in a verbal fight. That is right, have fun with that guy. But don't you dare reconcile us because that is never gonna happen, he said furiously, turning his back on her. I know, and I won't do that, was her soft reply. That made him stop and look back at her with bewilderment. However, she already had her back on him, making her way upstairs. Wake me up when they arrive, she shouted, shutting the door in her room. He frowned, convinced that he was just imagining things. It was past 2 o'clock when they finally closed his aunt's eatery. His friends helped him set everything up. I'll leave you boys be. I need to go grocery shopping for dinner. Tell your classmates we're all having dinner together, okay? Belen instructed. Don't worry, Auntie. I'll take care of everything here, he replied. His friends bid him goodbye after a while to get some rest. He decided to get some too, since he still had 45 minutes before his classmates arrived, but a simple nap turned into a good night's sleep. He woke up when he heard a loud bang from outside his door, followed by Max's rumbling voice. "Will you open up, or will I break down this door? What is her problem again?" he asked fretfully as he lazily got up from his bed, still yawning. "What?" he asked, forcibly opening his heavy eyes. "Seriously, what time do you think it is? Our classmates have been knocking and yelling outside for hours, and nobody answered them. They thought no one was here, but then here I find you, snoring on your bed." She was obviously mad, hearing how she hadn't breathed in between those lines. "Oh, what time is it?" was his only reply, his mind still sleepy to comprehend. "It is past 5, for heaven's sake." If Nanny Bellin hadn't come home, they wouldn't have been able to come in and I wouldn't have woken up. What? Now, he was suddenly awakened, but, her right eyebrow raised with a threat. "How many hours do you think you've been asleep, huh? And don't blame me for not hearing them and not waking up too, because I was preparing the needed materials upstairs before I fell asleep." Max's voice sure was ear-splitting, yet Hero weirdly enjoyed listening to her preaching and watching her reactions. It wasn't the cold and serious voice, but a worried one, something not normal for a Max Megers. "And why are you staring at me like that?" "Do I have dirt on my face?" she asked him, snapping him back to his senses. Number. "I am sorry. I didn't mean to. I was tired of helping out at the eatery." She sighed before he could even finish explaining, and then another sigh. "Is this your payback by embarrassing me in front of our classmates?" "Whoa, hold up. You are getting carried away. I just fell asleep because I was tired, that is it. Don't you ever talk to me again? Understand?" she said, walking out and slamming the door to his face. The next day, did something happen to those two? Right? I am not used to them just being quiet and not arguing. Max has always been the silent type though. But Hero, I am not used to him not being annoying. Max was getting annoyed as she listened to her classmates gossiping about them, no matter how soft they tried their voices to be. She kicked the chair in front of her, causing Lisa to jump in surprise. "Will you shut up, or do you want me to pull out your tongues right now?" They instantly went silent and avoided her gaze. She let out a sigh, stood up, and walked out. "Miss Megers, where are you going?" asked Mr. Castro, who was about to enter their classroom. "My head suddenly hurts, sir. I'll just go to the clinic for a checkup and ask for medicine," she lied. "Oh, all right, be careful," the teacher replied. "What about you, Mr. Gaston? Where are you going?" She turned her gaze towards the classroom after hearing Hero's name. She saw him already standing behind the teacher. "I'll accompany Max and help her, just in case." He also lied, looking at her. She narrowed her eyes at him in disapproval, yet he stood his ground. She turned and walked away, but she knew he was following her. When she was sure no one was looking, she entered an empty classroom. "Do you plan to follow me around until tomorrow? I just want us to talk," he said with a mixture of pleading and authority. "Didn't I tell you yesterday not to talk to me anymore?" She answered in a cold voice. "Was that the only reason why you are angry at me? That I wasn't able to wake you up on time? Because I know you. You are not that superficial. You normally ignore such a small thing. You've really changed, huh? Have you changed after getting all chummy with that Liam? You don't know anything about me. And Liam has nothing to do with it. Don't deny it. What did he say to you? Did he beg you to stay away from me? Or are you walking away from me because you are angry at what you found out I did to him before? Which is it? Tell me. Leave me alone." She left and didn't return to their classroom. She snuck out of the campus and rode on the first jeepney she saw. She decided to go somewhere far from Cass. After a few minutes, she asked the jeepney driver to drop her off at the street corner when she saw a familiar establishment. It was the same bookstore she used to go to with Cedric. Then, there is an adjacent coffee shop they used to hang out at after buying books. "Hi. May I help you?" The waitress of the coffee shop greeted her as she sat down at an unoccupied table. That familiar smile, she would never forget it. It was the same smile that greeted her a long time ago, every time she came. Although the waitress grew older, her smile was still the same. "1 slice of chocolate cake and a Hamtaro milk tea," Max replied. Those were what she used to order. The chocolate cake was her favorite, and this shop's best seller was Hamtaro milk tea, which was just a taro milk tea with a twist. Only the owner knew its secret ingredient. Suddenly, the waitress's smile faded. "Is there a problem? You are not from here, are you?" Max raised an eyebrow. "So, this shop has been sold to a new owner since 5 years ago. And Hamtaro milk tea has not been served since then. But it was your best sell. Wow. Look who we have here." Both Max and the waitress turned to see a group of men approaching her table. "I guess you are lost, schoolgirl. This isn't Cassiu's cafeteria," said an unfamiliar young man to her. He had an aura of a spoiled rich kid. "I want to eat here." "Why, do you have a problem with it?" she replied sarcastically. He let out a sardonic laugh before getting serious as he sat in front of her. "The problem is, I am the owner of this coffee shop, and I don't want you here." Max met his gaze with equal seriousness. "I don't think you know who you are talking to, Mr. Owner," she said, with an obvious mock for his title. Katharina Maxine Majers, also known as Max. Former Princeton All-Girls Academy princess. Now a CASU senior high transfer student. I heard you defeated the bikers in some fraternities of the Red Eagles. Her eyes narrowed at what he said. "Who are you?" He laughed victoriously. "Calvin Domingo. I've heard so much about you, Katharina. In fact, I am looking forward to a one-on-one fight, if you will." "No, thanks. I am not interested in worthless people like you." She got up and walked past him. "By the way," she stopped when he held her arm. She looked at his hand before shooting him a sharp look. "Please say hello to Liam for me," he said, with a sarcastic smile. She did not answer but violently pulled out her arm and walked out. She was totally annoyed. Why couldn't she just run away without bumping into another annoying scoundrel? She was on the side of the road when a car honked at her. She stopped walking and turned to look who it was. She rolled her eyes after recognizing Liam. "Happy asshole day, Max," she said to herself. Hero and his friends are feeling restless. Max isn't home yet, and it was getting dark. His aunt started questioning him repeatedly. "Hero, do you really not know where Max is? Something bad might have happened to her," she asked worriedly. "Auntie, I really don't know." She suddenly left and didn't return to class. She also just left her things at school. "I thought she went home first," he reasoned. His aunt was still restless. "I searched the entire house and didn't see her. Maybe she is with Liam. Do you have his number?" His friends looked at each other before looking at him. He suddenly lost interest in finding her, after realizing that they might be spending time together. Why bother when it is a waste of time? "Hero." "Hey, Hero," Belen exclaimed, snapping him back to his senses. "What is going on with you? Tell me honestly, did you do something to Max?" "I didn't do anything, Auntie. She is still angry over what happened yesterday. She doesn't want to see me nor talk to me," he explained. "Why should we worry anyway? She always gets home late from wherever she was. Besides, if she is with Liam, then she is safe. Didn't she say that he is kind towards her? Belen just sighed at his reasoning. He is not sure if he finally convinced her or not, but she did not question him further. After cleaning everything at the diner, they all decided to rest. Hero volunteered to wait for Max. It is almost midnight, but there was still no sign of her. He is getting very sleepy, but he is forcing himself to stay awake. Later, he decided to go out for a walk. He was hoping to meet someone along the way who knew where she was or happened to see her that day. Unfortunately, luck wasn't on his side. He decided to return to the diner and just wait outside. He didn't notice that he fell asleep. He was awakened by the sound of a car stopping at the main gate. He woke up and saw Max and Liam coming out of the car. They didn't notice him since it was dark where he was sitting. "Thanks, Liam. I had a great time," Max said to Liam. "Me too, Kath. Now get inside and take your rest," Liam answered sweetly. Hero rolled his eyes and acted like he was about to puke. "Good night." "Oops, it should be good morning instead," Max said with a short laugh, revealing her drunk state. "Sweet dreams, Katharina," Liam answered. Hero was about to reveal himself, but was taken aback when Liam kissed Max on the cheeks before getting in his car and leaving. "Wow. Sweet dreams, Katharina, with a matching kiss on the cheek, huh?" he teased sarcastically. "Oh, here comes my hero." "Did you wait for me the whole night?" she asked in a sarcastic voice. "Abu, you are so sweet." She was not just drunk, she is wasted. Hero immediately thought that Liam might have taken advantage of Max due to her state. It really showed on his face that, "Don't even think about it," she said sharply, getting Liam out of his thoughts. When he looked back at Max, she looked sober. "Even if I am drunk, I'd still fight to the death before someone can take advantage of me." He smiled and sighed in relief. Everything was fine until she defended Liam. "And Liam won't do that to me ever." But on second thought, maybe Max was right. He himself never thought of taking advantage of Dana or doing her any harm, no matter what an asshole he was. Because he loved her. "Are you going to just stare at me till sunrise?" she asked, snatching him back to the present. "Oops, sorry." Hero abruptly caught her in the arm before she stumbled as she lost her balance. "Why would you drink if you can't even handle?" "What was that?" "Nothing. I said, let's get in." "You are drunk." He opened the gate and guided her in. She just smiled widely, eyes dazed and swaying slightly. He helped her get inside her room and gently guided her to sit on her bed. "Hero, wait." "Don't go yet, please," Max asked childishly. "Just go to sleep, and so do I. I've been trying to stay awake while waiting for you. Don't you know how worried I was? I keep on thinking, what if something might have happened to you?" He scolded her, knowing she might not remember this conversation. "You are worried about me?" she asked, suddenly getting serious. She got up and stood in front of him. He got embarrassed all of a sudden before stammering. "Oh, of course. Even though you act tough. Why, you are still a girl." He didn't finish what he wanted to say as Max suddenly kissed him on the lips. He was too stunned and started blinking repeatedly. But after a few moments, he finally gave in and slowly closed his eyes, savoring the young woman's soft and sweet lips. "Imagining something?" she asked. He felt as if someone poured ice-cold water on him when he saw her eyebrow raised, arms folded on her chest, and lips curved in a mischievous smile. "Huh? Nothing. Why? What do you think I was imagining? You know what? Perv, just get out." She drove him out and closed the door behind him. He scratched his head in confusion. "You stopped me from leaving earlier, and now you are driving me out. You are not making any sense," he complained as he was walking down the stairs. He lay on his bed just waiting for drowsiness to evade him again as his mind kept going back on what happened in Max's room. The kiss felt so real and not just his imagination. Or was it? Max had a splitting headache the following day. The sunlight that came through her window blinded her, so she burrowed herself in her blanket. "Nanny, please close the window," she complained when she felt the presence of another person in her room. No one else aside from Belen would get in her room to check on her. Or so she thought. "It is already noon, Your Majesty. Please get up and eat." She immediately sat on her bed after hearing Hero's voice. "What are you doing, Uff." She was not able to finish her whining as her headache attacked her again. Hangover. "Why went on drinking if you can't even handle it?" he castigated her. "If you are just here to nag at me, then just get out." "I don't need that right now," she complained while holding her forehead to ease the pain. "Here. Drink some soup." Hero sat beside her and gently assisted her to a sitting position, much to her surprise. He took a pillow, made sure she could lean on it comfortably. "To ease your hangover," he continued, as he fed her with such tenderness. Max was perplexed at Hero's actions as her heart was beating wildly inside her chest. Just last night he was very pissed, and she thought he would ignore her. But now he is taking care of her as if he was her boyfriend. "Wait. Excuse me." She stopped him before rushing towards the bathroom to throw out on the toilet bowl. Hero followed her and gently rubbed her back with one hand while the other was holding her hair gently. "Feeling better?" he asked after flushing the toilet. She nodded weakly before going towards the sink to clean herself. "Thanks," she said after accepting the towel he offered. Then she slowly went back to sit on her bed, with Hero still assisting her. "Finish this, because it seems that you've thrown out all you've eaten so far," he said, trying to feed her again. "I can take it from here." She stopped him from scooping more soup. "I feel a lot better now." Hero let go of the spoon, then faced her. "Were you that mad at me that you avoided me the whole day and then went out drinking last night?" he asked, brooding over it. If it was some ordinary day, she would just sass him out and ignore him. But at that moment, she felt she owed him an explanation. After all, he took care of her. She looked down and shook her head. "There is just a lot of things that are going on in my mind lately. I am sorry, I don't mean to take it out on you." She jumped in surprise when he suddenly stood up. "You know what? No matter how many times we argue, I just can't get mad at you," he stated in his usual tone of voice. "You should be grateful to me, woman." "Are you shouting at me?" she snarled. "I am not shouting. I just have a loud voice. Raising your voice against me now? Huh? Okay. So they're back to their usual interaction. I am leaving," he said, heading towards the door. She couldn't resist and rushed after him. She hugged him from the back, tightly. Hero was rooted to the ground. Body froze as he stopped twisting the doorknob open. "Thank you, Hero. I really hope you won't treat me differently, no matter what happens," she said in a very soft voice. Hero recovered from the shock and slowly removed her hands from wrapping his body without letting them go as he turned around to face her. He looked straight into her eyes, tears piled up on each corner. "Max." "Hero." He slowly closed in on her, and before she knew it, his lips were already on hers. It was soft and warm, as if reassuring her that he'd never change whatever happened, even after he would learn the truth about her. Max couldn't help but laugh as she watched Hero's amused look as their lips parted. The young man blinked several times in disbelief. She snapped her fingers in front of him. "Silly, you are not dreaming or imagining things, eh? Are you sure? You kissed me and I kissed you back," she said with a smile, but the joy she expected on his face was replaced by confusion, and he seemed to regret what he had done. "Are you okay?" she asked worriedly. Why, yay. Sorry. I have to prepare for school. I'll wait for you downstairs. Sure. I am going to take a shower first, she nodded. Hero took the food and went out without looking back. She was left there standing, dumbfounded. He was gone for a while, but she was still staring at the door as if he was going to come back in. She sighed in disappointment and shook her head violently. Maybe he was just shocked, she convinced herself. She took a quick shower and got herself ready for school, but she was now afraid to face him. She was afraid to see the look she had seen earlier. She was afraid to see the truth, that kiss meant nothing, that he couldn't love her. Hey, are you coming down or what? It is almost time. We're going to be late. That yell brought her back to herself. She smiled. Play it safe, Max. Just act as if nothing happened, she said to her reflection after fixing herself in front of the mirror. I am coming down, she shouted back at him. Hero was standing at the end of the stairs and was looking up at her. His eyebrows met. What? She asked. One eyebrow raised in an authoritative manner. Did you forget that we are going to do an experiment today? They are surely waiting for us, he said impatiently. No, I didn't. I asked Darwin to buy the materials yesterday. I'd kill him if he did not. She closed her eyes tightly as she thought she was going to fall down or hit her head on the tiled floor as she tripped over the last step of the stairs, which she had totally forgotten. Luckily for her, she didn't fall that hard. At least not on the floor. When she opened her eyes, Hero's body appeared in front of her. Only then did she realize that he quickly caught her and that he too fell on the floor with her. Them hugging each other. You are too heavy, he groaned. Only then did she come to her senses and quickly get off on top of him. Her cheeks were burning red. Are you all right? He asked worriedly as he felt the pain in his back as he stood up. He was more concerned with her even though it looked like he was the one who got hurt. Why, yes. I am sorry. Are you okay? Do you need to see a doctor? It is nothing, he answered, and immediately fixed his clothes. Let's go. Are you sure? Yes, he said. What are you? Are you still drunk? He sounded irritated. You kissed me. We kissed. That is what happened. She wanted to shove it in his face, but she didn't. She didn't want to embarrass herself anymore. Her mind wandered until they reached the campus, and she became conscious and even malicious of Hero's actions. The simple touch of their skin against each other was like electrifying her. It shouldn't be like this. It shouldn't be her who should be affected by that kiss. It should be the other way around. But why was this happening to her? Max? Hey, she blinked. She realized they were already in the laboratory room. All of their classmates were there and all the materials were ready. Sitting at the table was the lab in charge, Mrs. Weba Hayes. Okay. Let's start with activity 4, Max instructed her classmates. I'll demonstrate first how it is done. I think you can make a video so you have a guide while you do it. Just be careful that your phone is far away because, she did the said experiment. In less than 5 minutes, she was done. Her classmates applauded. All right. It is your turn now, guys. We need to double time because we didn't do anything yesterday. And I am so sorry about that. That is okay, Max. At least we had time to buy the materials yesterday, said one of her classmates. She only answered with a smile. You seem to be in a good mood today, Darwin teased him. Are you and Hero okay now? Just concentrate on what you are doing. Okay, she revoked him. He just shook his head. She patiently held her phone to record Darwin doing the experience. Her eyes caught a glimpse of Hero, who was enthusiastically doing his own while teasing Lindsay. A sudden pain struck her chest. Jealousy. But why would he be jealous of Lindsay? Hey, Max. Focus the camera on me. I might get a failing grade if you don't capture me properly doing it. Darwin complained when he noticed her. I'll make sure you'll fail if you don't shut up. Video deleted again, she ordered. Again? I told you. Be quiet. Have you ever watched someone doing a noisy experiment? Are we doing a vlog? She answered sarcastically. All right. All right. One more, he answered, giving in to her demands. They moved on to the next activities until they finished everything scheduled for that day. All right. That is all for today. We'll do the rest tomorrow so we have time to review our reports. Thank you, everyone, for your cooperation, she finally said. His classmates sighed a relief, almost simultaneously. Finally, we can rest. Wait. I am not done yet, said Hero. Everyone stopped and looked at him. But, Hero, that is your third time. I still have a club meeting to attend, complained Lindsay, but I still don't understand what it is for. I can't write a good observation, replied Hero. Max approached the arguing pair. It is all right, Lindsay. I'll take it from here. You can go to your club meeting. Really, Max? Thank you very much, Lindsay exclaimed, but not for long. But are you? Yeah. It is okay, she replied with a smile. Right. I'll go ahead then. Thanks, Lindsay bid farewell. Darwin. You can leave first after you are done putting away the materials. I'll stay behind to video shoot Hero, she said to her partner, Kay. He answered with a shrug. Are you all right? She asked Hero, when everyone left except for the two of them. Yeah. I am just having a little trouble understanding Activity 7, he answered. She explained that part to him again and guided him through the procedures. I get it. Thank God, you are here now. I am done, he said happily. Don't mention it. Let's go. Sure. I am just going to return this apparatus we borrowed. Okay. I'll just wait for you outside. All right. She was standing with her back against the concrete wall as she patiently waited for Hero outside the laboratory office. I heard that Max is now Liam's girlfriend. They spend almost every day together and even go home late at night. Really? Max is lucky. Liam is luckier. What kind of potion did he use? The two female students stopped in front of her when they recognized her. Their feet seemed rooted on the floor, and they suddenly turned pale. Who spread that rumor? She asked with raised eyebrows and crossed elbows. Max W. We don't know who is it. Fr answered a tall curly-haired man shakily. Let's go. It was Hero's voice when he finally came out of the room. He stopped when he read the atmosphere between Max and the two students. Is there a problem? Nothing, she replied before turning to the two girls. Tell those people Liam is not my boyfriend. We are childhood friends, so we are probably that close. That is all there is to it, she clarified before turning away. What is that for? Hero asked, in surprise as he followed her. Gossip. About Liam being my boyfriend. Well, you can't help it. Even I thought. He stopped when he suddenly bumped into her. Why? He asked again. She turned around, hands on her waist, glaring at him, assumptuous. Fine, then I won't, he answered, raising his hands. Happy now, she turned her back on him. Without another word, she is not coming with you. Hero's hard words stopped Max before she could respond to Liam's invitation. They were already leaving the campus. Since they had no other classes that day, they had agreed to hang out. Just the two of them. It was when Liam suddenly came out of nowhere. Wait. What is your problem? Why are you forbidding Max? Who do you think you are? Liam asked, irritated. You let her get wasted. Do you think that is what a responsible guy does? I made sure Max got home safely last night. And do you know what time that was? Do you know how worried we all were at home because he hadn't returned yet? It is not my fault. She didn't tell you. And why would she do that when you guys are the ones crashing at her place? You are the ones responsible for her. You are right. And I should protect her from you. You are really looking for trouble again. Huh? Max's head felt like it would explode from the pressure of these two guys in front of her. She tried to calm down, but her own instinct betrayed her. Shut the fuck up, you two. The two guys fell silent, halting their argument. Max, look. I just want to take you out for some delicious meal or something, Liam reasoned. Just some meal. And then come home at dawn. Drunk? Hero retorted. I am sorry, Liam. Hero and I already had plans for today. Maybe we can go out next time. She refused gently, struggling to contain herself. Are you avoiding me? He asked. She looked straight into Liam's eyes. I have no reason to avoid you. I have plans with Hero today, so I am declining your invitation. Is that so hard to understand? Okay, I'll believe it because you say so, and not because of some gibberish reason someone is spitting out. He said, talking about Hero. He didn't mean any harm. Hero's just obliged to watch over me, that is why he has been that strict. I hope you understand. Liam took a deep breath. It seemed like he was convinced. Okay. Next time then, I'll see you around, Katharina, he said. Leaning his face to kiss her cheek, she subtly turned her face away to avoid it. It is Max, she corrected him. Take care. Liam did not impose and collected himself. Latter, she sighed as he disappeared from view. Let's go. Where do you want to eat? Hero didn't respond. He seemed lost while staring at the road. Hero? She asked anxiously. Obliged to watch over you. When did you become my obligation? There was coldness and sharpness in his voice, piercing through her. Are you angry? I only said that to Liam because I never once thought of you as an obligation. I have been seriously worried about you every time you get into a fight or come home late. I can't sleep well knowing you are injured and might get sick. Worrying about your injuries. I am concerned every time you are with Liam because I don't trust him. Why are you telling me this? She asked, puzzled. I don't know. But I am pissed. I am pissed that you said I am worried about you because I am obligated to you. I am pissed because that is what you think I am doing. I have no obligation to you. You are not anyone to me. You don't consider me a friend, so I shouldn't be worried about you like that, and you shouldn't have kissed me because that is not your obligation. I kissed you because I wanted to. Because that is what I wanted to do at that moment, and that is why I responded because I wanted to. And that is what I wanted to do at that moment. They both stopped and blushed, realizing where their argument had led them. They avoided each other's gaze out of embarrassment. Several minutes of deafening silence passed by between them. I am hungry. Let's just eat, she said, breaking the silence that enveloped them. Okay, he replied softly. She walked ahead to cross the street when he suddenly grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Stop, we can't cross yet. It is red, he pointed out at the traffic light. Her mind couldn't process what he was saying because of the pounding of her heart, as if it would burst from her ribcage. It felt like there were bolts of electricity flowing from his hand to hers, coursing through every part of her body. She wanted to withdraw her hand, but the other part of her brain stopped her. Let's go, he said, as the traffic light turned green, indicating they could cross. She felt like she was floating in those moments while he still held her hand. Then his hand moved and intertwined their fingers. She pretended not to notice, allowing it. In reality, she wanted to faint from the overwhelming joy while they were still on the road. They didn't speak, but she knew he wasn't angry anymore, nor was he pissed. Soon after, he let go of her hand. "Stay on this side for safety," he said, guiding her to the side of the road to switch positions. "Okay," she replied softly, feeling a flutter of excitement at his protective gesture. They walked side by side, but he was not holding her hand anymore. She felt sad and awkward at the same time. She didn't want him to let go yet. She wanted to savor that moment holding hands. She wanted to feel the mix of nervousness and excitement she felt earlier. She didn't realize how long she had been staring at his hand until Hiro suddenly stopped and faced her. "Are you okay? Why are you so quiet? Are you that hungry?" he asked, concerned. "Oh, it is nothing," she replied. "Where are we going, by the way?" "Here." She looked up and realized they were in front of a noodle house. She knew that place, but it wasn't that big before. They often ate there when Cedric treated her. It had been popular at Casa even then. "They say their noodles here are good for curing bad moods," Hiro said. She didn't know whether to be happy or annoyed at what he said. She raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean, and why did you bring me here?" He smiled innocently. "Just because they say it is really good, so I wanted to try it. Come on." "Welcome. Please come in." A waitress greeted them cheerfully as they entered. She led them to a vacant table. "Here is the menu. Just come to the counter when you are ready to order." "Thank you." She left them after handing them the menu. The noodle house had changed a lot. Its ambiance was comparable to expensive restaurants at Casa, but the food was still affordable, and it was still self-service like before. "Go line up before a bunch of customers will do," she instructed Hiro. "What would you have?" "Noodles. What else? And a bottle of water. That is all. Your money might not be enough. You are looking down on me that much." "Don't worry. I just got paid by Auntie, so I have enough money for both our meals." The nerve. You are still asking for a salary even though she already treated you to everything at home. "Oh, come on. Don't be a killjoy. Just wait here," he said, and left to line up.